Dionysius of Halicarnassus, Roman Antiquities, Book 1. Although it is much against my will to indulge in the explanatory statements usually given in the prefaces to histories, yet I am obliged to prefix to this work some remarks concerning myself. In doing this, it is neither my intention to dwell too long on my own praise, which I know would be distasteful to the reader, nor have I the purpose of censuring other historians, as Anaximenes and Theopompus did in the prefaces to their histories, but I shall only show the reasons that induced me to undertake this work, and give an accounting of the sources from which I gained the knowledge of the things that I am going to relate. For I am convinced that all who propose to leave such monuments of their minds to posterity, as time shall not involve in one common ruin with their bodies, and particularly those who write histories, in which we have the right to assume that truth, the source of both prudence and wisdom, is enshrined, ought first of all to make choice of noble and lofty subjects, and such as will be of great utility to their readers, and then, with great care and pains, to provide themselves with the proper equipment for the treatment of their subject. For those who base historical works upon deeds inglorious or evil or unworthy of serious study, either because they crave to come to the knowledge of men and to gain a name of some sort or other, or because they desire to display the wealth of their rhetoric, are neither admired by posterity for their fame nor praised for their eloquence. Rather they leave this opinion in the minds of all who take up their histories, that they themselves admired lives which were apiece with the writings they published, since it is a just and general opinion that a man's words are the image of his mind. Those, on the other hand, who, while making choice of the best subjects, are careless and indolent in compiling their narratives out of such reports as chance to come to their ears, gain no praise by reason of that choice, for we do not deem it fitting that histories of renowned cities or of men who have held supreme power should be written in an offhand or negligent manner. As I believe these considerations to be necessary and of the first importance to historians, and as I have taken great care to observe them both, I have felt unwilling either to omit mention of them or to give it any other place than in the preface of my work. That I have indeed made choice of a subject noble, lofty, and useful to many will not, I think, require any lengthy argument, at least for those who are not utterly unacquainted with universal history. For if anyone turns his attention to the successive supremacies both of cities and of nations, as accounts of them have been handed down from times past, and then surveying them severally and comparing them together, wishes to determine which of them obtained the widest dominion, and both in peace and war performed the most brilliant achievements, he will find that the supremacy of the Romans has far surpassed all those that are recorded from earlier times, not only in the extent of its dominion and in the splendour of its achievements, which no account has as yet worthily celebrated, but also in the length of time during which it has endured down to our day. For the empire of the Assyrians, ancient as it was and running back to legendary times, held sway over only a small part of Asia. That of the Medes, after overthrowing the Assyrian Empire and obtaining a still wider domain, did not hold it long, but was overthrown in the 4th generation. The Persians who conquered the Medes did indeed finally become masters of almost all of Asia, but when they attacked the nations of Europe also, they did not reduce many of them to submission, and they continued in power not much above 200 years. The Macedonian dominion, which overthrew the might of the Persians, did in the extent of its sway exceed all its predecessors, yet even it did not flourish long, but after Alexander's death began to decline, for it was immediately partitioned among many contending commanders from the times of the Diadochi, and although after their time it was able to go on to the second or third generation, yet it was weakened by its own dissensions and at the last destroyed by the Romans. But even the Macedonian power did not subjugate every country and every sea, for it neither conquered Libya with the exception of the small portion bordering on Egypt, nor subdued all of Europe, but in the north advanced only as far as Thrace, and in the west down to the Adriatic Sea. Thus we see that the most famous of the earlier supremacies of which history has given us any account, after attaining to so great vigour and might, were overthrown. As for the Greek powers, it is not fitting to compare them to those just mentioned, since they gained neither magnitude of empire nor duration of eminence equal to theirs. For the Athenians ruled only the sea coast during the space of 68 years, nor did their sway extend even over all of that, but only the part between the Euxine and the Pamphylian seas, when their naval supremacy was at its height. The Lacedaemonians, when masters of the Peloponnese and the rest of Greece, advanced their rule as far as Macedonia, but were checked by the Thebans before they had held it quite 30 years. But Rome rules every country that is not inaccessible or uninhabited, and she is the mistress of every sea, not only of that which lies inside the Pillars of Hercules, but also of the ocean, except that part of it which is not navigable. She is the first and the only state recorded in all time that ever made the risings and the settings of the sun the boundaries of her dominion. Nor has her supremacy been of short duration, but more lasting than that of any other commonwealth or kingdom. For from the very beginning, immediately after her founding, she began to draw to herself the neighbouring nations, which were both numerous and warlike, and continually advanced, subjugating every rival. And it is now 745 years from her foundation down to the consulship of Claudius Nero, consul for the second time, and of Calpurnius Piso, who were chosen in the 193rd Olympiad. From the time she mastered the whole of Italy, she was emboldened to aspire to govern all of mankind, and after driving off from the sea the Carthaginians, whose maritime strength was superior to that of all others, and subduing Macedonia, which until then was reputed to be the most powerful nation on land, she no longer had any rival nation, either barbarian or Greek, and it is now in my day already the 7th generation that she has continued to hold sway over every nation of the world, and there is no nation, as I may say, that disputes her universal dominion or protests against being ruled by her. However, to prove my statement that I have neither made choice of the most trivial of subjects, nor proposed to treat of mean and insignificant deeds, but am undertaking to write not only about the most illustrious city, but also about brilliant achievements, to whose like no man could point, I know not what more I need to say. But before I proceed, I desire to show in a few words that it is not without design and mature premeditation that I have turned to the early part of Rome's history, but that I have well considered reasons to give for my choice, to forestall the censure of those who, fond of finding fault with everything, and not as yet having heard of any of the matters which I am about to make known, may blame me because, in spite of the fact that the city, grown so famous in our days, had very humble and inglorious beginnings, unworthy of historical record, and that it was but a few generations ago, that is, since her overthrow of the Macedonian powers, and her success in the Punic Wars, that she arrived at distinction and glory. Nevertheless, when I was at liberty to choose one of the famous periods in her history for my theme, I turned aside to one so barren of distinction as her antiquarian lore. For to this day, almost all the Greeks are ignorant of the early history of Rome, and the great majority of them have been imposed upon by sundry false opinions grounded upon stories which chance has brought to their ears, and led to believe that, having come upon various vagabonds without houses or homes and barbarians, and even those not free men, as her founders, she in the course of time arrived at world dominion, and this not through reverence for the gods and justice and every other virtue, but through some chance and the injustice of fortune, which inconsiderately showers the greatest favours upon the most undeserving. And indeed the most malicious are wont to rail openly at fortune for freely bestowing on the basest of barbarians the blessings of the Greeks. And yet why should I mention men at large when even some historians have dared to express such views in the writings they have left? Taking this method of humouring barbarian kings who detest Roman supremacy, princes to whom they were ever servilely devoted, and with whom they associate as flatterers, by presenting them with histories, which were neither just nor true. In order therefore to remove these erroneous impressions, as I have called them, from the minds of many, and to substitute true ones in their place, I shall in this book show who the founders of the city were, at what periods the various groups came together, and through what turns of fortune they left their native countries. By this means I engage to prove that they were Greeks, and came together from nations not the smallest nor least considerable. And beginning with the next book, I shall tell of the deeds they performed immediately after their founding of the city, and of the customs and institutions by virtue of which their descendants advanced to so great dominion. And so far as I am able, I shall omit nothing worthy of being recorded in history, to the end that I may instil in the minds of those who shall then be informed of the truth the fitting conception of this city, unless they have assumed already an utterly violent and hostile attitude towards it, and also that they may neither feel indignation at the present subjugation, which is grounded on reason, for by an universal law of nature which time cannot destroy it is ordained that superiors shall ever govern their inferiors, nor rail at fortune for having wantonly bestowed upon an undeserving city a supremacy so great and already of so long continuance, particularly when they shall have learned from my history that Rome from the very beginning immediately after its founding produced infinite examples of virtue in men whose superiors, whether for piety or for justice or for lifelong self-control or for warlike valour, no city either Greek or barbarian has ever produced. This, I say, is what I hope to accomplish if my readers will lay aside all resentment, for some such feeling is aroused by a promise of things which run counter to received opinion or excite wonder. And it is a fact that all those Romans who bestowed upon their country so great a dominion are unknown to the Greeks for want of a competent historian. For no accurate history of the Romans written in the Greek language has hitherto appeared, but only very brief and summary epitomes. The first historian, so far as I am aware, to touch upon the early period of the Romans was Hieronymus of Cardia, in his work on the Epigoni. After him, Timaeus of Sicily related the beginnings of their history in his general history and treated in a separate work the wars with Pyrrhus of Epirus. Beside these, Antigonus, Polybius, Silenus, and innumerable other authors devote themselves to the same themes, although in different ways, each of them recording some few things compiled without accurate investigation on his own part, but from reports which chance had brought to his ears. Like to these in all respects are the histories of those Romans also who related in Greek the early achievements of the city. The oldest of these writers are Quintius Fabius and Lucius Cincius, who both flourished during the Punic Wars. Each of these men related the events at which he himself had been present with great exactness, as being well acquainted with them, but touched only in a summary way upon the early events that followed the founding of the city. For these reasons, therefore, I have determined not to pass over a noble period of history which the older writers left untouched, a period, moreover, the accurate portrayal of which will lead to the following most excellent and just results. In the first place, the brave men who have fulfilled their destiny will gain immortal glory and be extolled by posterity, which things render human nature like unto the divine and prevent men's deeds from perishing together with their bodies. And again, both the present and future descendants of these godlike men will choose not the pleasantest and easiest of lives, but rather the noblest and most ambitious, when they consider that all who are sprung from an illustrious origin ought to set a high value on themselves and indulge in no pursuit unworthy of their ancestors. And I, who have not turned aside to this work for the sake of flattery, but out of regard for truth and justice, which ought to be the aim of every history, shall have an opportunity in the first place of expressing my attitude of goodwill towards all good men and towards all who take pleasure in the contemplation of great and noble deeds, and in the second place of making the most grateful return that I may to the city and other blessings I have enjoyed during my residence in it. Having thus given the reasons for my choice of subject, I now wish to say something concerning the sources I used when preparing for my task. It is possible that those who have already read Hieronymus, Timaeus, Polybius, or any of the other historians whom I just now mentioned as having slurried over their work, since they will not have found in those authors many things mentioned by me, will suspect me of inventing them and will demand to know how I came by the knowledge of these particulars. Lest anyone therefore should entertain such an opinion of me, it is best that I should state in advance what narratives and records I have used as my sources. I arrived in Italy at the very time when Augustus Caesar put an end to the civil war in the middle of the 187th Olympiad, and having from that time to the present day, a period of 22 years, lived at Rome, learned the language of the Romans, and acquainted myself with their writings. I have devoted myself during all that time to matters bearing upon my subject. Some information I received orally from men of the greatest learning with whom I associated, and the rest I gathered from histories written by the approved Roman authors, Porcius Cato, Fabius Maximus, Valerius Antius, Licinius Mesa, the Aeli, Gelli, and Calpurni, and many others of note. With these works, which are like the Greek annalistic accounts, as a basis, I set about the writing of my history. So much, then, concerning myself, but it yet remains for me to say something also concerning the history itself, to what periods I limit it, what subjects I describe, and what form I give to the work. I begin my history then with the most ancient legends, which the historians before me have omitted as a subject difficult to be cleared up with diligent study, and I bring the narrative down to the beginning of the First Punic War, which fell in the 3rd year of the 128th Olympiad. I relate all the foreign wars that the city waged during that period and all the internal seditions with which she was agitated, showing from what causes they sprang and by what methods and by what arguments they were brought to an end. I give an account also of all the forms of government that Rome used, both during the monarchy and after its overthrow, and show what was the character of each. I describe the best customs and the most remarkable laws, and in short I show the whole life of the ancient Romans. As to the form I give this work, it does not resemble that which the authors who make wars alone their subject have given to their histories, nor that which others who treat of the several forms of government by themselves have adopted, nor is it like the annalistic accounts which the authors of the Atheids have published, for these are monotonous and soon grow tedious to the reader, but it is a combination of every kind, forensic, speculative, and narrative, to the intent that it may afford satisfaction both to those who occupy themselves with political debates and to those who are devoted to philosophical speculations, as well as to any who may desire mere undisturbed entertainment in their reading of history. Such things, therefore, will be the subjects of my history, and such will be its form. I, the author, am Dionysius of Halicarnassus, the son of Alexander, and at this point I begin. This city, mistress of the whole earth and sea, which the Romans now inhabit, is said to have had as its earliest occupants the barbarian Sicels, a native race. As to the condition of the place before their time, whether it was occupied by others or uninhabited, none can say certainly, but some time later the aborigines gained possession of it, having taken it from the occupants after a long war. These people had previously lived on the mountains in unwalled villages and scattered groups, but when the Pelasgians, with whom some other Greeks had united, assisted them in the war against their neighbours, they drove the Sicels out of this place, walled in many towns, and contrived to subjugate all the country that lies between the two rivers, the Liris and the Tiber. These rivers spring from the foot of the Apennine Mountains, the range by which all Italy is divided into two parts throughout its length, and at points about 800 stades from one another discharge themselves into the Tyrian Sea, the Tiber to the north near the city of Ostia, and the Liris to the south as it flows by Minturnae, both these cities being Roman colonies. And these people remained in this same place of abode, both never afterwards driven out by any others, but although they continued to be one and the same people, their name was twice changed. Till the time of the Trojan War they preserved their ancient name of Aborigines, but under Latinus, their king, who reigned at the time of that war, they began to be called the Latins, and when Romulus founded the city named after himself 16 generations after the taking of Troy, they took the name which they now bear. And in the course of time they contrived to raise themselves from the smallest nation to the greatest, and from the most obscure to the most illustrious, not only by their humane reception of those who sought a home among them, but also by sharing the rights of citizenship with all who had been conquered by them in war after a brave resistance, by permitting all the slaves too who were manumitted among them to become citizens, and by disdaining no condition of men from whom the Commonwealth might reap an advantage, but above everything else by their form of government, which they fashioned out of their many experiences, always extracting something useful from every occasion. There are some who affirm that the Aborigines, from whom the Romans are originally descended, were natives of Italy, a stock which came into being spontaneously. I call Italy all that peninsula which is bounded by the Ionian Gulf and the Tyrian Sea, and thirdly by the Alps on the landward side. And these authors say that they were first called Aborigines because they were the founders of the families of their descendants, or as we should call them, Genurci or Protagoni. Others claim that certain vagabonds without house or home, coming together out of many places, met one another there by chance, and took up their abode in the fastnesses, living by robbery and grazing their herds. And these writers changed their name also to one more suitable to their condition, calling them Aborigines, to show that they were wanderers. Indeed, according to these, the race of the Aborigines would seem to be no different from those the ancients call the Leleges, for this is the name they generally gave to the homeless and mixed peoples who had no fixed abode which they could call their country. Still others have a story to the effect that they were colonists sent out by those Ligurians who are neighbours to the Umbrians, for the Ligurians inhabit not only many parts of Italy, but some parts of Gaul as well. But which of those lands is their native country is not known, since nothing certain is said of them further. But the most learned of the Roman historians, among whom is Porcius Cato, who compiled with the greatest care the origins of the Italian cities, Gaius Sempronius and a great many others, say that they were Greeks, part of those who once dwelt in Achaea, and that they migrated many generations before the Trojan War. But they do not go on to indicate either the Greek tribe to which they belonged, or the city from which they removed, or the date or the leader of the colony, or as the result of what turns of fortune they left their mother country, and although they are following a Greek legend, they have cited no Greek historian as their authority. It is uncertain, therefore, what the truth of the matter is, but if what they say is true, the Aborigines can be a colony of no other people but those who are now called the Arcadians, for these were the first of all Greeks to cross the Ionian Gulf under the leadership of Onotrus, the son of Lycon, and to settle in Italy. This Onotrus was the fifth from Asius and Pharonius, who were the first kings of the Peloponnesus. For Niobe was the daughter of Pharonius, and Pelasgius was the son of Niobe and Zeus, it is said. Lycaon was the son of Asius, and Deianira was the daughter of Lycanon. Deianira and Pelasgius were the parents of another Lycanon, whose son Onotrus was born 17 generations before the Trojan expedition. This then was the time when the Greeks sent the colony into Italy. Onotrus left Greece because he was dissatisfied with his portion of his father's land, for after Lycanon had 22 sons, it was necessary to divide Arcadia into as many shares. For this reason Onotrus left the Peloponnesus, prepared a fleet, and crossed the Ionian Gulf with Pusestius, one of his brothers. They were accompanied by many of their own people, for this nation is said to have been very populous in early times, and by as many other Greeks as had less land than was sufficient for them. Pusestius landed his people above the Iapygian promontory, which was the first part of Italy they made, and settled there, and from him the inhabitants of this region are called Pusestians, but Onotrus with the greater part of the expedition came into the other sea that washes the western regions along the coast of Italy. It was then called the Ausonian Sea, from the Ausonians who dwelt beside it, but after the Tyrians became masters at sea, its name was changed to that which it now bears. But finding there much land suitable for pasturage and much for tillage, but for the most part unoccupied, and even that which was inhabited was not thickly populated, he cleared some of it of the barbarians and built small towns contiguous to one another on the mountains, which was the customary manner of habitation in use among the ancients. And all the land he occupied, which was very extensive, was called Onotra, and all the people under his command Onotrans, which was the third name they had borne. For in the reign of Asius they were called Azaeans, when Lycanon succeeded the rule Lycanonians, and after Onotrus led them into Italy they were for a while called Onotrans. What I say is supported by the testimony of Sophocles, the tragic poet, in his drama called Triptolemus, for he there represents Demeter as informing Triptolemus how large a tract of land he would have to travel over while sowing it with the seeds she had given him, for after first referring to the eastern part of Italy which reaches from the Iapygian promontory to the Sicilian Strait, and then touching upon Sicily on the opposite side, she returns again to the western part of Italy and enumerates the most important nations that inhabit the coast, beginning with the settlement of the Onotrans. But it is enough to quote merely this iambic, in which he says, And after this, first then upon the right, Onotra, wide outstretched and Tyrian gulf, and next the Ligurian land shall welcome thee. And Antiochus of Syracuse, a very early historian, in his account of the settlement of Italy, while enumerating the most ancient inhabitants in the order in which each of them held possession of any of it, says that the first who are reported to have inhabited that country are the Onotrians. His words are these: Antiochus, the son of Xenophanes, wrote this account of Italy, which comprises all that is most credible and certain out of the ancient tales. This country, which is now called Italy, was formerly possessed by the Onotrians. Then he relates in what manner they were governed, and says that in the course of time Italus came to be their king, after whom they were named Italians, and this man was succeeded by Morgis, after whom they were called Morgetes, and then Sicellus, being received as a guest by Morgetes, and setting up a kingdom for himself, divided the nation. After which he adds these words: thus those who had been Onotrians became Sicels, Morgetes, and Italians. Now let me also show the origin of the Onotrian race, offering as my witness another of the early historians, Pherecydes of Athens, who was a genealogist inferior to none. He thus expressed himself concerning the kings of Arcadia: of Pelasgius and Dianara was born Lycanon. This man married Silene, a naiad nymph, after whom Mount Silene is named. Then, having given an account of their children and of the places each of them inhabited, he mentions Onotrus and Pusestius in these words: and Onotrius, after whom are named the Onotrans, who live in Italy, and Pusestis, after whom are named the Pusestians, who live on the Ionian Gulf. Such then are the accounts given by the ancient poets and writers of legend concerning the places of abode and of the origin of the Onotrians, and on their authority I assume that if the Aborigines were in reality a Greek nation, according to the opinion of Cato, Sempronius, and many others, they were descendants of these Onotrians. For I find that the Pelasgians and Cretans and the other nations that lived in Italy came thither afterwards, nor can I discover that any expedition more ancient than this came from Greece to the western parts of Europe. I am of the opinion that the Onotrians, beside making themselves masters of many other regions in Italy, some of which they found unoccupied and others but thinly inhabited, also seized a portion of the country of the Umbrians, and that they were called the Aborigines from their dwelling on the mountains, for it is characteristic of the Arcadians to be found of the mountains, in the same manner as the Athenians. Some are called the Hypercreori, and others Paralorli. But if any are naturally slow in giving credit to accounts of ancient matters without due examination, let them be slow also in believing the Aborigines to be Ligurians, Umbrians, or any other barbarians, and let them suspend their judgment until they have heard what remains to be told, and then determine which opinion out of all is the most probable. Of the cities first inhabited by the Aborigines, few remain in my day. The greatest part of them, having been laid waste both by wars and other calamities, are abandoned. These cities were in the Rhetine territory, not far from the Apennine Mountains, as Terentius Varro writes in his Antiquities, the nearest being 1 day's journey distant from Rome. I shall enumerate the most celebrated of them, following his account. Palatium, 25 stades distant from Rhaeti, a city that was still inhabited by Romans down to my time, near the Quintinian Way. Tribula, about 60 stades from Rhaeti, and standing upon a low hill. Suespula, at the same distance from Tribula, near the Crianian Mountains. Sorna, a famous city 40 stades from Suessabella. In it there is a very ancient temple of Mars. Mafula, about 30 stades from Sorna. Its ruins and traces of its walls are pointed out. Orvinium, 40 stades from Mafula, a city as famous and large as any in that region, for the foundations of its walls are still to be seen, and some tombs of venerable antiquity, as well as the circuits of burying places extending over lofty mounds, and there is also an ancient temple of Minerva built on the summit. At the distance of 80 stades from Raetia, as one goes along the Curian Way, past Mount Cortus stood Corsala, a town but recently destroyed. There is also pointed out an island called Issa, surrounded by a lake. The Aborigines are said to have lived on this island without any artificial fortifications, relying on the marshy waters of the lake instead of walls. Near Issa is Maruvium, situated on an arm of the same lake and distant 40 stades from what they call the Septon Aquiae. Again, as one goes from Raeti by the road towards the Listine district, there is Baetia, 30 stades distant, then Tioria, called Mytene, at a distance of 300 stades. In this city, they say, there was a very ancient oracle of Mars, the nature of which was similar to that oracle which legend says once existed at Dodona. Once there a pigeon was said to prophesy sitting on a sacred oak, whereas among the Aborigines a heaven-sent bird, which they called Pictus, and the Greeks call Dryctolpetes, appearing on a pillar of wood, did the same. 24 stades from the aforementioned city stood Lister, the mother city of the Aborigines, which at a still earlier time the Sabines had captured by a surprise attack, having set out against it from Amiternium by night. Those who survived the taking of the place after being received by the Raetines made many attempts to retake their former home, but being unable to do so, they consecrated the country to the gods as if it were still their own, invoking curses against those who should enjoy the fruits of it. 70 stades from Raeti stood Cotilia, a famous city, beside a mountain. Not far from it there is a lake, 400 feet in diameter, filled by ever-flowing natural springs, and, it is said, bottomless. This lake, as having something divine about it, the inhabitants of the country look upon as sacred to victory, and surrounding it with a palisade, so that no one may approach the waters, they keep it inviolate, except that at certain times each year, those whose sacred offices it is to go to the little island in the lake and perform the sacrifices required by custom. This island is about 50 feet in diameter and rises not more than a foot above the water. It is not fixed and floats about in any direction, according to the wind gently wafts it from one place to another. A herb grows on the island like the flowering rush, and also certain small shrubs, a phenomenon which to those who are unacquainted with the works of nature seems unaccountable and a marvel second to none. The Aborigines are said to have settled first in these places after they had driven out the Umbrians, and making excursions from there, they warred not only upon the barbarians in general, but particularly upon the Sicels, their neighbours, in order to dispose them of their lands. First a sacred band of young men went forth, consisting of a few who were sent out by their parents to seek a livelihood according to a custom which I know many barbarians and Greeks alike have followed. For whenever the population of any of their cities increased to such a degree that the produce of the land is no longer sufficient for them all, or the earth injured by unseasonable changes of the weather brought forth her fruits in less abundance than usual, or any other occurrence of like nature, either good or bad, introduced a necessity of lessening their numbers, they would dedicate to some god or other all the men born within a certain year, and providing them with arms would set them out of the country. If indeed this was done by way of thanksgiving for populousness or for victory in war, they would first offer the usual sacrifices and then send forth their colonists under happy auspices. But if, having incurred the wrath of heaven, they were seeking deliverance from the evils that beset them, they would perform much the same ceremony, but sorrowfully, and begging forgiveness of the youths they were sending away. And those who departed, feeling that henceforth they would have no share in the land of their fathers, but must acquire another, looked upon any land that received them in friendship or that they conquered in war as their country, and the god to whom they had been dedicated when they were sent out seemed generally to assist them and to prosper the colonists beyond all human expectation. In pursuance, therefore, of this custom, some of the Aborigines also at that time, as their places were growing very populous, for they would not put any of their children to death, looking on this as one of the greatest of crimes, dedicated to some god or another the offspring of a certain year, and when these children were grown to be men, they sent them out of the country as colonists, and they, after leaving their own land, were continually plundering the Sicils. And as soon as they became masters of any place in the enemy's country, the rest of the Aborigines also, who needed lands, now attacked each of them their neighbours with greater security, and built various cities, some of which are inhabited to this day: Antemnia, Telenia, Ficulia, which is near the Corniculan Mountains, as they are called, and Tiber, where a quarter of the city is even to this day called the Sicil quarter, and of all their neighbours they harassed the Sicils most. From these quarrels there arose a general war between the nations, more important than any that had occurred previously in Italy, and it went on extending over a long period of time. Afterwards, some of the Pelasgians who inhabited Thessaly, as it is now called, being obliged to leave their country, settled among the Aborigines and joined with them to make war upon the Sicils. It is possible that the Aborigines received them partly in the hope of gaining their assistance, but I believe it was chiefly on account of their kinship, for the Pelasgians too were a Greek nation originally from the Peloponnese. They were unfortunate in many ways, but particularly in wandering much and in having no fixed abode, for they first lived in the neighbourhood of the Achaean Argos, as it is now called, being natives of the country according to most accounts. They received their name originally from Pelasgius, their king. Pelasgius was the son of Zeus, it is said, and of Niobe, the daughter of Pheronius, who, as the legend goes, was the first mortal woman Zeus had knowledge of. In the 6th generation afterwards, leaving the Peloponnesus, they removed to the country which was then called Haemonia and now Thessaly. The leaders of the colony were Achaeus, Pythias, and Pelasgius, the sons of Larissa and Poseidon. When they arrived at Haemonia, they drove out the barbarian inhabitants and divided the country into 3 parts, calling them after the names of their leaders: Pathitosis, Achaea, and Pelasgotis. After they had remained there 5 generations, during which they attained to the greatest prosperity while enjoying the produce of the most fertile plains in Thessaly, about the 6th generation they were driven out of it by the Curites and Laledges, who are now called Aetolians and Locrians, and by many others who lived near Parnassus, their enemies being commanded by Deucalion, the son of Prometheus, and Clymene, the daughter of Oceanus. And dispersing themselves in their flight, some went to Crete, others occupied some of the islands called the Cyclades, some settled in the region called Hestiaotis near Olympus and Ossa, others crossed into Boeotia, Phocis, and Euboea. and some passing over into Asia occupied many places on the coast along the Hellespont and many of the adjacent islands, particularly the one now called Lesbos, uniting with those who composed the first colony that was sent thither from Greece under Makar, the son of Crinacus. But the greater part of them turning inland took refuge among the inhabitants of Dondona, their kinsmen, against whom, as a sacred people, none would make war. And there they remained for a reasonable time, but when they perceived they were growing burdensome to their hosts, since the land could not support them all, they left it in obedience to an oracle that commanded them to sail to Italy, which was then called Saturnia. And having prepared a great many ships, they set out to cross the Ionian Gulf, endeavouring to reach the nearest parts of Italy. But as the wind was now in the south, and they were unacquainted with those regions, they were carried too far out to sea and landed at one of the mouths of the Po called the Spinetic Mouth. In that very place they left their ships and such of their people as were least able to bear hardships, placing a guard over the ships to the end that, if their affair did not prosper, they might be sure of a retreat. Those who were left behind there surrounded their camp with a wall and brought in plenty of provisions in their ships. And when their affairs seemed to prosper satisfactorily, they built a city and called it by the same name as the mouth of the river. These people attained to a great degree of prosperity when compared to any others who dwelt on the Ionian Gulf, for they had the mastery at sea for a long time, and out of their revenues from the sea they used to send tithes to the god at Delphi, which were among the most magnificent sent by any people. But later, when the barbarians in the neighbourhood made war upon them in great numbers, they deserted the city, and these barbarians in the course of time were driven out by the Romans. So perished that part of the Pelasgians that was left at Spina. Those, however, who turned inland crossed the mountainous part of Italy and came to the territory of the Umbrians, who were neighbours of the Aborigines. The Umbrians inhabited a great many other parts of Italy also, and were an exceedingly great and ancient people. At first the Pelasgians made themselves masters of the lands where they first settled, and took some of the small towns belonging to the Umbrians. But when a great army came together against them, they were terrified at the number of their enemies, and betook themselves to the country of the Aborigines. And these, seeing fit to treat them as enemies, made haste to assemble out of their places nearest at hand, in order to drive them out of the country. But the Pelasgians luckily chanced to be encamped at that time near Catilla, a city of the Aborigines hard by the sacred lake, and observing the little island circling around in it, and learning from the captives they had taken in the fields the name of the inhabitants, they concluded that their oracle was now fulfilled. For this oracle, which had been delivered to them in Dondona, and which Lucius Maelius, no obscure man, says he himself saw engraved in ancient characters upon one of the tripods standing in the precinct of Zeus, was as follows: "Fare forth the Sicils Saturnian land to seek, Aborigines Cottle too, where floats an isle. With these men mingling, to Phoebus send a tithe, and heads to Cronos' son, and send to the sire a man." When, therefore, the Aborigines advanced with a numerous army, the Pelasgians approached unarmed, with olive branches in their hands, and telling them of their own fortunes, begged that they would receive them in a friendly manner to dwell with them, assuring them that they would not be troublesome, since heaven itself was guiding them into this one particular country, according to the oracle which they explained to them. When the Aborigines heard this, they resolved to obey the oracle and to gain these Greeks as allies against their barbarian enemies. for they were hard-pressed by their war against the Sicels. They accordingly made a treaty with the Pelasgians and assigned to them some of their own lands that lay near the sacred lake. The greater part of these were marshy and still called Velia, in accordance with the ancient form of their language, for it was the custom of the ancient Greeks generally to place before those words that begin with a vowel the syllable ear, written with one letter. This was like a gamma formed by two oblique lines joined to one upright line. Afterwards, a considerable part of the Pelasgians, as the land was not sufficient to support them all, prevailed on the Aborigines to join them in an expedition against the Umbrians, and marching forth they suddenly fell upon and captured Croton, a rich and large city of theirs, and choosing this place as a stronghold and fortress against the Umbrians, since it was sufficiently fortified as a place of defence in times of war and had fertile pastures lying around it, they made themselves masters also of a great many other places, and with great zeal assisted the Aborigines in the war they were still engaged in against the Sicels, until they drove them out of their country, and the Pelasgians, in common with all Aborigines, settled many cities, some of which had been previously inhabited by the Sicels, and others which they built themselves. Among these are Caere, then called Agila, and Pisa, Saturnia, Alsium, and some others, of which they were in the course of time dispossessed by the Tyrians. But Falerii and Fescennium were even down to my day inhabited by Romans, and preserved some small remains of the Pelasgian nation, though they had earlier belonged to the Sicels. In these cities there survived for a very long time many of the ancient customs formerly in use among the Greeks, such as the fashion of their arms of war, like argolic bucklers and spears, and whenever they sent out an army beyond their borders, either to begin a war or to resist an invasion, certain holy men, unarmed, went ahead of the rest bearing the terms of peace. Similar also were the structure of the temples, the images of their gods, their purifications and sacrifices, and many other things of that nature. But the most conspicuous monument which shows that those people who drove out the Sicels once lived at Argos in the temple of Juno at Falerii, built in the same fashion as the one at Argos. Here too the manner of the sacrificial ceremonies was similar. Holy women served the sacred precinct, and an unmarried girl called the canaphorus or basket-bearer performed the initial rites of the sacrifices, and there were choruses of virgins who praised the goddess in the songs of their country. These people also possessed themselves of no inconsiderable part of the Campanian plains, as they are now called, which afford not only very fertile pasturage, but most pleasing prospects as well, having driven a barbarous nation out of part of them. There they built various other cities, and also Larissa. In camp they named after their mother city in the Peloponnesus. Some of these cities were standing even by my day, having often changed their inhabitants, but Larissa has been long deserted and shows to the people of today no other sign of it ever having been inhabited but its name, and even this is not generally known. It was not far from the place called Forum Populi. They also occupied a great many other places both on the coast and in the interior, which they had taken from the Sicels. The Sicels, being warred upon by both the Pelasgians and the Aborigines, found themselves incapable of making resistance any longer, and so taking with them their wives and children, and such possessions as were any other gold or silver, they abandoned all their country to these foes. Then turning their course southward through the mountains, they proceeded through all the lower parts of Italy, and being driven away from every place, they at last prepared rafts at the strait, and, watching for a downward current, passed over from Italy to the adjacent island. It was then occupied by the Sicilians, an Iberian nation, who, fleeing from the Ligurians, had but lately settled there and had caused the island previously named Trinacria, from its triangular shape, to be called Sicania, after themselves. There were very few inhabitants in it for so large an island, and the greater part of it was as yet unoccupied. Accordingly, when the Sicils landed there, they first settled in the western parts and afterwards in several others, and from these people the island began to be called Sicily. In this manner the Sicil nation left Italy, according to Hellanicus of Lesbos, in the 3rd generation before the Trojan War, and in the 26th year of the priesthood of Alcyon at Argos. But he says that 2 Italian expeditions passed over into Sicily, the first consisting of the Olemians, who had been driven out of their country by the Oenotrians, and the second 5 years later of the Ausonians, who fled from the Iapygians. As king of the latter group he named Sicelus, from whom both the people and the island got their name, but according to Philistus of Syracuse, the date of the crossing was the 8th year before the Trojan War, and the people who passed over from Italy were neither Ausonians nor Elmians, but Ligurians, whose leader was Sicelus. This Sicelus, he says, was the son of Italus, and in his reign the people were called Sicils, and he adds that these Ligurians had been driven out of their country by the Umbrians and Pelasgians. Dionysius of Syracuse does not give the date of the crossing, but says the people who migrated there were Sicils, who had been forced to leave by the Oenotrians and Opicians, and that they chose Straton as leader of the colony. But Thucydides writes that the people who left Italy were the Sicils, and those who drove them out the Opicians, and that the date was many years after the Trojan War. Such then are the reports given by credible authorities concerning the Sicils who changed their abode from Italy to Sicily. The Pelasgians, after conquering a large and fertile region, taking over many towns and building others, made great and rapid progress, becoming populous, rich, and in every way prosperous. Nevertheless, they did not long enjoy their prosperity, but at the moment when they seemed to all the world to be in the most flourishing condition, they were visited by divine wrath, and some of them were destroyed by calamities inflicted by the hand of heaven, others by their barbarian neighbours. But the greatest part of them were again dispersed through Greece, and the country of the barbarians, concerning whom, if I attempted to give a particular account, it would make a very long story, though some few of them remained in Italy through the care of the aborigines. The first cause of the desolation of their cities seemed to be a drought which laid waste the land, when neither any fruit remained on the trees until it was ripe, but dropped when it was still green, nor did such of the seed corn as sent up shoots and flowered stand for the usual period until the year was ripe, nor did sufficient grass grow for the cattle, and of the waters some were no longer fit to drink, others shrank during summer, and others were totally dried up. And like misfortunes attended the offspring both of cattle and of women, for they were either abortive or died at birth, some of their deaths destroying also those that bore them, and if any got safely past the danger of the delivery, they were either maimed or defective, or being injured by some other accident were not fit to be reared. The rest of the people also, particularly those in the prime of life, were afflicted with many unusual diseases and uncommon deaths. But when they asked the oracle what god or divinity they had offended to be thus afflicted, and by what means they might hope for relief, the god replied that although they had obtained what they desired, they had neglected to pay what they had promised, and that the things of greatest value were still due from them. For the Pelasgians, in a time of general scarcity in the land, had vowed to offer to Jupiter, Apollo, and the Cabiri tithes of all their future increase. But when their prayers had been answered, they set apart and offered to the gods the promised portion of all their fruits and cattle only, as if their vow had related to them alone. This is the account related by Marcellus of Lesbos, who used almost the same words as I do now, except that he does not call the people Pelasgians but Tyrrhenians, of whom I shall give the reason a little later. When they heard the oracle which was brought to them, they were at a loss to guess the meaning of the message. While they were in this perplexity, one of the elders, conjecturing the sense of the saying, told them that they had quite missed its meaning, if they thought the gods complained of them without reason. When they heard the oracle which was brought to them, they were at a loss to guess the meaning of the message. While they were in this perplexity, one of the elders, conjecturing the sense of the saying, told them that they had quite missed its meaning if they thought the gods complained of them without reason. Of material things they had indeed rendered to the gods all the first fruit in the right and proper manner, but of human offspring, a thing of all others the most precious in the sight of the gods, the promised portion still remained due. If, however, the gods received their just share of this also, the oracle would be satisfied. There were indeed some who thought that he spoke aright, but others felt that there was treachery behind his words. And when someone proposed to ask the god whether it was acceptable to him to receive tithes of human beings, they sent their messengers a second time, and the god ordered them to do so. Thereupon strife arose among them concerning the manner of choosing the tithes, and those who had the government of the cities first quarrelled among themselves, and afterwards the rest of the population held their magistrates in suspicion. And there began to be disorderly emigrations, such as might well be expected from a people driven forth by a frenzy, and madness inflicted by the hand of heaven. Many households disappeared entirely when part of their members left, for the relations of those who departed were unwilling to be separated from their dearest friends and remain among their worst enemies. These therefore were the first to migrate from Italy and wander about Greece and many parts of the barbarian world. But after them others had the same experience, and this continued every year. For the rulers in these cities ceased not to select the first fruit of the youth as soon as they arrived at manhood, both because they desired to render what was due to the gods, and also because they feared uprisings on the part of lurking enemies. Many also, under serious pretences, were being driven away by their enemies through hatred, so that there were many emigrations, and the Pelasgian nation was scattered over most of the earth. Not only were the Pelasgians superior to many in warfare, as the result of their training in the midst of dangers while they lived among warlike nations, but they also rose to the highest proficiency in seamanship by reason of their living with the Tyrians, and necessity, which is quite sufficient to give daring to those in want of a livelihood, was their leader and director in every dangerous enterprise, so that wherever they went they conquered without difficulty. And the same people were called by the rest of the world both Tyrians and Pelasgians, the former name being the country out of which they had been driven, and the latter in memory of their ancient origin. I mention this so that no one, when he hears poets or historians call the Pelasgians Tyrians also, may wonder how the same people got both these names. Thus, with regard to them, Thucydides has a clear account of the Thracian Actae, and of the cities situated in it, which are inhabited by men who speak 2 languages. Concerning the Pelasgian nation, these are his words. There is also a Chalcidian element among them, but the largest element is Pelasgian, belonging to the Tyrians, who once inhabited Lemnos and Athens, and Sophocles makes the chorus in his drama Inachus speak the following anapaestic verse. O mother city Inachus of ocean begot, that sire of all waters, thou rulest with might over the Argive fields and Hera's hills, and Tyrian Pelasgians also. For the name of Tyria was then known throughout Greece, and all the western part of Italy was called by that name, the several nations of which it was composed having lost their distinctive appellations. The same thing happened to many parts of Greece also, and particularly to that part of it which is now called the Peloponnese, for it was after one of the nations that inhabited it, namely the Achaean, that the whole peninsula also, in which are comprised the Arcadian, the Ionian, and many other nations, was called Achaea. The time when the calamities of the Pelasgians began was about the 2nd generation before the Trojan War, and they continued to occur even after the war, until the nation was reduced to very inconsiderable numbers. For with the exception of Croton, the important city in Umbria, and any others that they had founded in the land of the Aborigines, all the rest of the Pelasgian towns were destroyed, but Croton long preserved its ancient form, having only recently changed both its name and its heights. It is now a Roman colony, called Corthonia. After the Pelasgians left their country, their cities were seized by the various peoples which happened to live nearest in each case, but chiefly by the Tyrians, who made themselves masters of the greatest part and the best of them. As regards these Tyrians, some declare them to be natives of Italy, but others call them foreigners. Those who make them a native race say that their name was given them from their forts, which they were the first of the inhabitants of this country to build. For covered buildings enclosed by walls are called by the Tyrians as well as the Greeks terraces, or towers. So they will have it that they received their name from this circumstance in like manner as did the Mossynoeci in Asia, for these also live in high wooden palisades resembling towers, which they call Mossynes. But those who relate a legendary tale about their having come from a foreign land say that Tyrannus, who was the leader of the colony, gave his name to the nation, and that he was a Lydian by birth, from the district formerly called Maeonia, and migrated in ancient times. They add that he was the 5th in descent from Zeus, for they say that the son of Zeus and Ge was Manes, the first king of that country, and his son by Calero, the daughter of Oceanus, was Cotys, who by Hale, the daughter of the earth-born Tillus, had 2 sons, Ases and Attis, from the latter of whom by Calathea, the daughter of Corius, came Lydus and Tyrannus. Lydus, they continue, remaining there, inherited his father's kingdom, and from him the country was called Lydia. But Tyrannus, who was the leader of the colony, conquered a large portion of Italy, and gave his name to those who had taken part in the expedition. Herodotus, however, says that Tyrannus and his brother were the sons of Attis, the son of Manes, and that the migration of the Maeonians to Italy was not voluntary, For they say that in the reign of Attis there was a dearth in the country of the Maeonians, and that the inhabitants, inspired by love of their native land, for a time contrived a great many methods to resist the calamity, one day permitting themselves but a moderate allowance of food, and the next day fasting. But as the mischief continued, they divided the people into two groups and cast lots to determine which should go out of the country and which should stay in it. Of the sons of Attis, one was assigned to the one group, the other to the other. And when the lot fell to that part of the people which was with Lydus to remain in the country, the other group departed, after receiving their share of the common possessions, and landing in the western parts of Italy, where the Umbrians dwelt, they remained there and built the cities that still exist even in his time. I am aware that many other authors also have given this account of the Tyrrhenian race, some in the same terms, and others changing the character of the colony and the date. For some have said that Tyrrhenus was the son of Hercules by Omphale the Lydian, and that he, coming into Italy, dispossessed the Pelasgians of their cities, though not of all, but of those only that lay beyond the Tiber towards the north. Others declare that Tyrrhenus was the son of Telephus, and that after the taking of Troy he came into Italy. But Xanthus of Lydia, who was as well acquainted with ancient history as any man, and who may be regarded as an authority second to none on the history of his own country, neither names Tyrrhenus in any part of his history as a ruler of the Lydians, nor knows anything of the landing of a colony of Maeonians in Italy, nor does he make the least mention of Tyrrhenia as a Lydian colony, though he takes notice of several things of less importance. He says that Lydus and Terebus were the sons of Attis, that they, having divided the kingdom that they inherited from their father, both remained in Asia, and from them the nations over which they reigned received their names. His words are these: From Lydus are sprung the Lydians, and from Terebus the Terebians. There is little difference in their language, and even now each nation scoffs at many words used by the other, even as do the Ionians and Dorians. Hellenicus of Lesbos says that the Tyrians, who were previously called Pelasgians, received their present name after they had settled in Italy. These are his words in the Pharaonis. Phrastor was the son of Pelasgus their king, and Menippe the daughter of Peneus. His son was Amintor. Amintor's son was Teutamides, and the latter's son was Nanus. In his reign the Pelasgians were driven out of the country by the Greeks, and after leaving their ships on the river Spines in the Ionian Gulf, they took Croton, an inland city, and proceeding from there they colonized the country now called Tyrrhenia. But the account Myrsilus gives is the reverse of that given by Hellenicus. The Tyrrhenians, he says, after they had left their own country, were in the course of their wanderings called Pelasgoi, or storks, from their resemblance to the birds of that name, since they swarmed in flocks both into Greece and into the barbarian lands, and they built the wall around the citadel of Athens, which is called the Phaleric Wall. But in my opinion, all that take the Tyrrhenians and the Pelasgians to be one and the same nation are mistaken. It is no wonder that they were sometimes called by one another's names, since the same thing has happened to certain other nations also, both Greeks and barbarians, for example to the Trojans and Phrygians, who lived near each other. Indeed, many have thought that those two nations were but one, differing in name only, not in fact. And the nations in Italy have been confused under a common name quite as often as any nations elsewhere. For there was a time when the Latins, the Umbrians, the Ausonians, and many others were all called Tyrians by the Greeks. The remoteness of the countries inhabited by these nations making their exact distinctions obscure to those who lived at a distance. And many of the historians have taken Rome itself for a Tyrian city. I am persuaded, therefore, that these nations changed their name along with their place of abode, but cannot believe that they both had a common origin, for this reason, among many others, that their languages are different, and preserve not the least resemblance to one another. For neither the Crotonians, says Herodotus, nor the Placians agree in language with any of their present neighbours, although they agree with each other, and it is clear that they preserve the fashion of speech which they brought with them into these regions. However, one may well marvel that, although the Crotonians had a speech similar to that of the Placians who lived near the Hellespont, since both were originally Pelasgians, it was not at all similar to that of the Tyrians, their nearest neighbours. For if kinship is to be regarded as the reason why two nations speak the same language, the contrary must of course be the reason for their speaking a different one, since surely it is not possible to believe that both these conditions arise from the same cause. For although it may reasonably happen on the one hand that men of the same nation who have settled at a distance from one another would, as the result of associating with their neighbours, no longer preserve the same fashion of speech, yet it is not at all reasonable that men sprung from the same race and living in the same country should not in the least agree with one another in their language. For this reason, therefore, I am persuaded that the Pelasgians are a different people from the Tyrrhenians, and I do not believe either that the Tyrrhenians were a colony of the Lydians, for they do not use the same language as the latter, nor can it be alleged that, though they no longer speak a similar tongue, they still retain some other indications of their mother country, for they neither worship the same gods as the Lydians, nor make use of similar laws or institutions, but in these very respects they differ more from the Lydians than from the Pelasgians. Indeed, those probably come nearest to the truth who declare that the nation migrated from nowhere else, but was native to the country, since it is found to be very ancient as a nation, and to agree with no other either in its language or in its manner of living. And there is no reason why the Greeks should not have called them by this name, both from their living in towers and from the name of one of their rulers. The Romans, however, give them other names. From the country they once inhabited, named Etruria, they call them Etruscans, and from their knowledge of the ceremonies relating to divine worship in which they excel others, they now call them, rather inaccurately, Tusci, but formerly, with the same accuracy as the Greeks, they called them Thioskoi. Their own name for themselves, however, is the same as that of one of their leaders, Rasenna. In another book I shall show what cities the Tyrrhenians founded, what forms of government they established, how great power they acquired, what memorable achievements they performed, and what fortunes attended them. As for the Pelasgian nation, however, those who were not destroyed or dispersed among the various colonies, for a small number remained out of a great many, were left behind as fellow citizens of the aborigines in these parts, where in the course of time their posterity, together with others, built the city of Rome. Such are the legends told about the Pelasgian race. Soon after, another Greek expedition landed in this part of Italy. having migrated from Pallanteum, a town of Arcadia, about the 60th year before the Trojan War, as the Romans themselves say. This colony had for its leader Evander, who is said to have been the son of Hermes and a local nymph of the Arcadians. The Greeks call her Themis, and they say she was inspired, but the writers of the early history of Rome call her, in the native language, Carmenta. The nymph's name would be in Greek Thespiodos, or prophetic singer, for the Romans call songs Carmina, and they agree that this woman, possessed by divine inspiration, foretold to the people in song the things that would come to pass. This expedition was not sent out by the common consent of the nation, but a sedition having arisen among the people, the faction that was defeated left the country of their own accord. It chanced that the kingdom of the Aborigines had been inherited at that time by Faunus, a descendant of Mars, it is said, a man of prudence as well as energy, whom the Romans in their sacrifices and songs honoured as one of the gods of their country. This man received the Arcadians, who were but a few in number, with great friendship, and gave them as much of his own land as they desired. And the Arcadians, as Themis by inspiration kept advising them, chose a hill, not far from the Tiber, which is now near the middle of the city of Rome, and by this hill built a small village sufficient for the complement of the 2 ships in which they had come from Greece. Yet this village was ordained by fate to excel in the course of time all other cities, whether Greek or barbarian, not only in its size, but also in the majesty of its empire, and in every other form of prosperity, and to be celebrated above them all as long as mortality shall endure. They named the town Pallanteum after their mother city in Arcadia. Now, however, the Romans call it Palatium, time having obscured the correct form, and this name has given occasion of the many to suggest absurd etymologies. But some writers, among them Polybius of Megalopolis, related that the town was named after Pallas, a lad who died there. They say that he was the son of Hercules and Lavinia, the daughter of Evander, and that his maternal grandfather raised a tomb to him on the hill and called the place Pallanteum after the lad. But I have never seen any tomb of Pallas at Rome, nor have I heard of any drink offerings being made in his honour, nor even been able to discover anything else of that nature, although this family has not been left unremembered or without those honours with which divine beings are worshipped by men. For I have learned that public sacrifices are performed yearly by the Romans to Evander and to Carmenta in the same manner as to the other heroes and minor deities. And I have seen 2 altars that were erected, one to Carmenta, under the Capitoline Hill, near the Porta Carmentalis, and the other to Evander, by another hill called the Aventine, not far from the Porta Trigemina. But I know of nothing of this kind that is done in honour of Pallas. As for the Arcadians, when they had joined in a single settlement at the foot of the hill, they proceeded to adorn their town with all the buildings to which they had been accustomed at home, and to erect temples. As for the Arcadians, when they had joined in a single settlement at the foot of the hill, they proceeded to adorn their town with all the buildings to which they had been accustomed at home, and to erect temples. And first they built a temple to the Lycian Pan, by the direction of Themis, for to the Arcadians Pan is the most ancient and the most honoured of all of the gods. when they had found a suitable site for the purpose. This place the Romans call the Lupercal, but we should call Lycaon, or Lyceum. Now it is true, since the district about the sacred precinct has been united with the city, it has become difficult to make out by conjecture the ancient nature of the place. Nevertheless, at first, we are told, there was a large cave under the hill overarched by a dense wood. Deep springs issued forth from beneath the rocks, and the glen adjoining the cliffs was shaded by thick and lofty trees. In this place they raised an altar to the gods, and performed their traditional sacrifice, which the Romans have continued to offer up to this day in the month of February after the winter solstice, without altering anything in the rites they performed at that time. The manner of this sacrifice will be related later. Upon the summit of the hill they set apart the precinct of Victory, and instituted sacrifices to her also, lasting throughout the year, which the Romans performed even in my time. The Arcadians have a legend that this goddess was the daughter of Pallas, the son of Lycaon, and that she received these honours from mankind which she now enjoys at the desire of Athena, with whom she had been reared. For they say that Athena, as soon as she was born, was handed over to Pallas by Zeus, and that she was reared by him until she grew up. They built also a temple to Ceres, to whom by the ministry of women they offered sacrifices without wine, according to the custom of the Greeks, none of which rites our time has changed. Moreover, they assigned a precinct to the equestrian Neptune, and instituted the festival called by the Arcadians Hippocratia, and by the Romans Consualia, during which it is customary among the later for the horses and mules to rest from work, and to have their heads crowned with flowers. They also consecrated many other precincts, altars and images of the gods, and instituted purifications and sacrifices, according to the customs of their own country, which continued to be performed down until my day, in the same manner. Yet I should not be surprised if some of the ceremonies, by reason of their great antiquity, have been forgotten by their posterity, and neglected. However, those that are still practised are sufficient proofs that they are derived from the customs formerly in use among the Arcadians, of which I shall speak more at length elsewhere. The Arcadians are also said to have been the first to introduce into Italy the use of Greek letters, which had lately appeared among them, and also music performed on such instruments as lyres, trigons, and flutes, for their predecessors had used no musical invention except shepherd's pipes. They are said also to have established laws, to have transformed men's mode of life from the prevailing bestiality to a state of civilization, and likewise to have introduced arts and professions and many other things conducive to the public good, and for these reasons to have been treated with great consideration by those who had received them. This was the next Greek nation after the Pelasgians to come into Italy and to take up a common residence with the aborigines, establishing itself in the best part of Rome. A few years after the Arcadians, another Greek expedition came into Italy under the command of Hercules, who had just returned from the conquest of Spain, and of all the regions that extend to the setting of the sun. It was some of his followers who, begging Hercules to dismiss them from the expedition, remained in this region and built a town on a suitable hill, which they found at about a distance of 3 stades from Pallanteum. This is now called the Capitoline Hill, but by the men of that time the Saturnian Hill, or in Greek, the Hill of Kronos. The greater part of those who stayed behind were Peloponnesians, people of Phenius and Epians of Elis, who no longer had any desire to return home since their country had been laid waste in the war against Hercules. There was also a small Trojan element mingled with these, consisting of prisoners taken from Ilium in the reign of Laomedon, at the time when Hercules conquered the city. And I am of the opinion that all the rest of the army also, who were either wearied by their labours or irked by their wanderings, obtained their dismissal from the expedition and remained there. As for the name of the hill, some think it was an ancient name, as I have said, and that consequently the Epians were especially pleased with the hill through memory of the hill of Kronos in Elis. This is in the territory of Pisa, near the river Alpheus, and the Eleans, regarding it as sacred to Kronos, assemble together at stated times to honour it with sacrifices and other marks of reverence. But Euxenus, an ancient poet, and some others of the Italian mythographers think that the name was given to the place by the men from Pisa themselves, from its likeness to their hill of Kronos, that the Epians together with Hercules erected the altar to Saturn, which remains to this day at the foot of the hill, near the ascent that leads from the Forum to the Capitol, and that it was they who instituted the sacrifice, which the Romans still perform even in my time, observing the Greek ritual. But from the best conjectures I have been able to make, I find that even before the arrival of Hercules in Italy, this place was sacred to Saturn, and was called by the people of the country the Saturnian Hill, and all the rest of the peninsula which is now called Italy was consecrated to this god, being called Saturnia by its inhabitants, as may be found stated in some Sibylline prophecies and other oracles delivered by the gods. And in many parts of the country there are temples dedicated to this god. Certain cities bear the same name, by which the whole peninsula was known at that time, and many places are called by the name of the god, particularly headlands and eminences. But in the course of time the land came to be called Italy, after a ruler named Italus. This man, according to Antiochus of Syracuse, was born a wise and good prince, and persuading some of his neighbours by argument and subduing the rest by force, he made himself master of all the land which lies between the Napatine and Cilician bays, which was the first land, he says, to be called Italy, after Italus. And when he had possessed himself of this district and had many subjects, he immediately coveted the neighbouring peoples, and brought many cities under his rule. He says further that Italus was an Oenotrian by birth, but Halicarnassus of Lesbos says that when Hercules was driving Gerion's cattle to Argos and was come to Italy, a calf escaped from the herd, and in its flight wandered the whole length of the coast, and then, swimming across the intervening strait of the sea, came into Sicily. Hercules, following the calf, inquired of the inhabitants wherever he came, if anyone had seen it anywhere, and when the people of the island, who understood but little Greek, and used their own speech when indicating the animal, called it Vitulus, the name by which it is still known, he, in memory of the calf, called all the country in which he wandered over Vitulia. And it is no wonder that the name has been changed in the course of time to its present form, since many Greek names too have met with a similar fate. But whether, as Antiochus says, the country took this name from a ruler, which perhaps is more probable, or as Hellanicus believes, from the bull, yet this at least is evident from both of their accounts, that in Hercules' time or a little earlier it received this name. Before that it had been called Hesperia and Ausonia by the Greeks, and Saturnia by the natives, as I have already stated. There is another legend related by the inhabitants to the effect that, before the reign of Jupiter, Saturn was the lord in this land, and that the celebrated manner of life in his reign, abounding in the produce of every season, was enjoyed by none more than them. And indeed, if anyone, setting aside the fabulous part of this account, will examine the merit of any country from which mankind received the greatest enjoyments immediately after their birth, whether they sprang from the earth according to all the ancient traditions, or came into being in some other manner, he will find none more beneficent to them than this. For to compare one country with another of the same extent, Italy is in my opinion the best country, not only of Europe, but even of all the rest of the world. And yet I am not unaware that I shall not be believed by many when they reflect on Egypt, Libya, Babylonia, and any other fertile countries that may be. But I, for my part, do not limit the wealth derived from the soil to only one sort of produce, nor do I feel any eagerness to live where there are only rich arable lands, and little or nothing else that is useful, but I account that country the best which is the most self-sufficient, and generally stands least in need of imported commodities. And I am persuaded that Italy enjoys this universal fertility, and diversity of advantages beyond any other land. For Italy does not, while possessing a great deal of good arable land, lack trees, as does a grain-bearing country, nor on the other hand, while suitable for growing all manner of trees, does it, when sown to grain, produce scanty crops, as does a timbered country, nor yet, while yielding both grain and trees in abundance, is it unsuitable for the grazing of cattle, nor can anyone say that, while it bears rich produce of crops and timber and herds, it is nevertheless disagreeable for men to live in. Nay, on the contrary, it abounds in practically everything that affords either pleasure or profit. To what grain-bearing country indeed, watered not with rivers but with rains from heaven, do the plains of Campania yield, in which I have seen fields that produce even 3 crops in a year, summer's harvest followed upon that of winter, and autumn's upon that of summer? To what olive orchards are those of the Messapians, the Junians, the Sabines, and many others inferior? To what vineyards those of Etruria and the Alban and the Falernian districts, where the soil is wonderfully kind to vines, and with the least labour produces the finest grapes in the greatest abundance? And beside the land that is cultivated, one will find much that is left untilled as pasturage for sheep and goats, and still much more extensive and more wonderful is the land suitable for grazing horses and cattle. For not only the marsh and meadow grass, which is very plentiful, but the dewy and well-watered grass of the glades, infinite in its abundance, furnish grazing for them in summer as well as in winter, and keep them always in good condition. But most wonderful of all are the forests growing upon the rocky heights, in the glens, and on the uncultivated hills, from which the inhabitants are abundantly supplied with fine timber, suitable for the building of ships, as well as for all other purposes. Nor are any of these materials hard to come by, or at a distance from human needs, but they are all easy to handle and readily available, owing to the multitude of rivers that flow through the whole peninsula, and make the transportation and exchange of everything the land produces inexpensive. Springs also of hot water have been discovered in many places, affording most pleasant baths and sovereign cures for chronic ailments. There are also mines of all sorts, plenty of wild beasts for hunting, and a great variety of sea fish, beside innumerable other things, some useful and others of a nature to excite wonder. But the finest thing of all is the climate, admirably tempered by the seasons, so that less than elsewhere is harm done by excessive cold or inordinate heat, either to the growing fruits and grains or to the bodies of animals. It is no wonder, therefore, that the ancients looked upon this country as sacred to Saturn, since they esteemed this god to be the giver and accomplisher of all happiness to mankind, whether he ought to be called Kronos as the Greeks deem fitting, or Saturn as do the Romans, and regarded him as embracing the whole universe, by whichever name he is called. And since they saw this country abounding in universal plenty and every charm that mankind craves, and judged those places to be most agreeable both to divine and to human beings that are suited to them, for example, the mountains and woods to Pan, the meadows and verdant places to the nymphs, the shores and islands to the sea gods, and all their places to the god or genius to whom each is appropriate. It is said also that the ancients sacrificed human victims to Saturn, as was done at Carthage while that city stood, and as is done to this day among the Gauls and certain other western nations. And that Hercules, desiring to abolish the custom of the sacrifice of humans, erected the altar upon the Saturnian hill, and performed the initial rites of sacrifice with unblemished animal victims burning on a pyre of pure fire. And lest the people should feel any scruple at having neglected their traditional sacrifices, he taught them to appease the anger of the gods by making effigies resembling the men they had been wont to bind hand and foot and throw into the stream of the Tiber, and dressing these in the same manner to throw them into the river instead of the men, his purpose being that any superstitious dread remaining in the minds of all might be removed, since the semblance of the ancient rite would still be preserved. This the Romans continued to do every day, even down to my day, a little after the vernal equinox, in the month of May, on what they call the Ides, the day they mean to be in the middle of the month. On this day, after offering the preliminary sacrifices according to the laws, the pontifex, as the most important of the priests, are called, and with them the virgins who guard the perpetual fire, the praetors, and such of the other citizens as may lawfully be present at the rites, throw from the sacred bridge into the stream of the Tiber 30 effigies made in the likeness of men, which they call argi. But concerning the sacrifices and other rites which the Roman people perform according to the manner both of the Greeks and of their own country, I shall speak in another book. At present, it seems requisite to give a more particular account of the arrival of Hercules in Italy, and to omit nothing worthy of notice that he did there. Of the stories told concerning the god, some are largely legend and some are nearer the truth. The legendary account of his arrival is as follows. Hercules being commanded by Eurystheus, among other labours, to drive Geryone's cattle from Eurythia to Argos, performed the task, and having passed through many parts of Italy on his way home, came also to the neighbourhood of Palatium in the country of the Aborigines, and there, finding much excellent grass for his cattle, he let them graze, and being overcome with weariness lay down and gave himself over to sleep. Thereupon a robber of that region called Cacus chanced to come upon the cattle feeding with none to guard them, and longed to possess them, but seeing Hercules lying there asleep, he imagined he could not drive them all away without being discovered, and at the same time he perceived that the task was no easy one either, so he secreted a few of them in the cave hard by, in which he lived, dragging each of them thither by the tail backwards. This might have destroyed all evidence of his theft, as the direction in which the oxen had gone would be at variance with their tracks. Hercules then, arising from sleep soon afterwards, and having counted the cattle and found some were missing, was for some time at a loss to guess where they had gone, and supposing them to have strayed from the pasture, he sought them up and down the region. Then when he failed to find them, he came to the cave, and though he was deceived by the tracks, he felt nevertheless that he ought to search the place. But Cacus stood before the door, and when Hercules inquired after the cattle, denied that he had seen them, and when the other desired to search his cave, would not suffer him to do so. So he called upon his neighbours for assistance, complaining of the violence offered to him by the stranger, and when Hercules was puzzled to know how he should act in this matter, he hit upon the expedient of driving the rest of the cattle to the cave, and thus, when those inside heard the lowing and perceived the smell of their companions outside, they bellowed to them in turn, and thus their lowing betrayed the theft. Cacus, therefore, when his thievery was thus brought to light, put himself upon his defence and began to call out to his fellow herdsmen. But Hercules killed him by smiting him with his club, and drove out the cattle. And when he saw that the place was well adapted to the harbouring of evildoers, he demolished the cave, burying the robber under its ruins. Then, having purified himself in the river from the murder, he erected an altar near the place to Jupiter the Discoverer, which is now in Rome near the Porta Trigemina, and sacrificed a calf to the god as a thanks offering for the finding of his cattle. This sacrifice the city of Rome continued to celebrate even down to my day, observing it in all the ceremonies of the Greeks, just as he had instituted them. When the Aborigines and the Arcadians who lived at Pallanteum learned of the death of Cacus and saw Hercules, they thought themselves very fortunate in being rid of the former, whom they detested for his robberies, and were struck with awe at the appearance of the latter, in whom they seemed to see something divine. The poorer among them, plucking branches of laurel which grew there in great plenty, crowned both him and themselves with it, and their kings also came to invite Hercules to be their guest. But when they learned from him of his name, his lineage, and his achievements, they recommended both their country and themselves to his friendship. And Evander, who had even before this heard Themis relate that it was ordained by fate that Hercules, the son of Jupiter and Alcmena, changing his mortal nature, should become immortal by reason of his virtue, as soon as he learned who the stranger was, resolved to forestall all mankind by being the first to propitiate Hercules with divine honours, and he hastily erected an improvised altar and sacrificed upon it a calf that had not yet known the yoke, having first communicated the oracle to Hercules, and asked him to perform the initial rites. And Hercules, admiring the hospitality of these men, entertained the common people with a feast, after sacrificing some of the cattle, and setting apart the tithes of the rest of his booty. And to their kings he gave a large district belonging to the Ligurians, and to some others of their neighbours, the rule of which they very much desired, after he had first expelled some lawless people from it. It is furthermore reported that he asked the inhabitants, since they were the first who had regarded him as a god, to perpetuate the honours they had paid him by offering up every year a calf that had not known the yoke and performing the sacrifice with Greek rites, and that he himself taught the sacrificial rites to two of their distinguished families, in order that their offerings might always be acceptable to him. Those who were then instructed in the Greek ceremony, they say, were the Potiti and the Pinari, whose descendants continued for a long time to have the superintendence of these sacrifices in the manner he had appointed, the Potiti presiding at the sacrifice and taking the first part of the burnt offerings, while the Pinari were excluded from tasting the innards and held second rank in those ceremonies which had to be performed by both of them together. It is said that this disgrace was fixed upon them for having been late in arriving, for though they had been ordered to be present early in the morning, they did not come until the entrails had been eaten. Today, however, the superintendence of the sacrifices no longer devolves on these families, but slaves purchased with the public money perform these sacrifices. For what reasons this custom was changed and how the god manifested himself concerning the change in his ministers, I shall relate when I come to that part of the history. The altar on which Hercules offered up the tithes is called by the Romans the greatest altar. It stands near the place they call the cattle market, and no other is held in greater veneration by the inhabitants. For upon this altar oaths are taken and agreements made by those who wish to transact any business unalterably, and the tithes of things are frequently offered there pursuant to vows. However, in its construction it is much inferior to its reputation. In many other places also in Italy, precincts are dedicated to this god, and altars are erected to him, both in cities and along highways, and one could scarcely find any place in Italy in which the god is not honoured. Such then is the legendary account that has been handed down concerning Hercules. But the story which comes nearer to the truth and which has been adopted by many who have narrated his deeds in the form of history is as follows. Hercules, who was the greatest commander of his age, marched at the head of a large force through all the country that lies on this side of the ocean, destroying any despotisms that were grievous and oppressive to their subjects, or commonwealths that outraged and injured the neighbouring states, or organised bands of men who lived in the manner of savages and lawlessly put strangers to death, and in their room establishing lawful monarchies, well-ordered governments, and humane and sociable modes of life. Furthermore, he mingled barbarians with Greeks, and inhabitants of the inland with dwellers on the sea-coast, groups which hitherto had been distrustful and unsocial in their dealings with each other. He also built cities in desert places, turned the course of rivers that overflowed the fields, cut roads through inaccessible mountains, and contrived other means by which every land and sea might lie open to the use of all of mankind. And he came into Italy not alone, nor yet bringing a herd of cattle, for neither does this country lie on the road of those returning from Spain to Argos, nor would he have been deemed worthy of so great an honour merely for passing through it, but at the head of a great army, after he had already conquered Spain, in order to subjugate and rule the people of this region, and he was obliged to tarry there a considerable time, both because of the absence of his fleet, due to stormy weather that detained it, and because not all the nations of Italy willingly submitted to him. For beside the other barbarians, the Ligurians, a numerous and warlike people seated in the passes of the Alps, endeavoured to prevent his entrance into Italy by force of arms, and in that place so great a battle was fought by the Greeks that all their missiles gave out in the course of the fighting. This war is mentioned by Aeschylus among the ancient poets, in his Prometheus Unbound, for there Prometheus is represented as foretelling to Hercules in detail how everything else was to befall him on his expedition against Geryon, and in particular recounting to him the difficult struggle he was to have in the war with the Ligurians. The verses are these: "And thou shalt come to Liguria's dauntless host, where no fault shall thou find, bold though thou art, with the fray. 'Tis fated thy missiles all shall fail." After Hercules had defeated these people, and gained the passes, some delivered up their cities to him of their own accord, particularly those who were of any other Greek extraction, or who had no considerable forces with which to resist him. But the greatest part of them were reduced by war and by siege. Among those who were conquered in battle, they say, was Cacus, who is celebrated in the Roman legend, an exceedingly barbarous chieftain reigning over a savage people, who had set himself to oppose Hercules. He was established in the fastnesses, and on that account was a pest to his neighbours. He, when he heard that Hercules lay encamped in the plain hard by, equipped his followers like brigands, and making a sudden raid while the army lay sleeping, he surrounded and drove off as much of their booty as he found unguarded. Afterwards, being besieged by the Greeks, he not only saw his forts taken by storm, but was himself slain amidst his fastnesses. And when his forts had been demolished, those who had accompanied Hercules on the expedition took over the districts round about, each group for itself. These were some Arcadians with Evander, and Faunus, the king of the Aborigines. And it may be conjectured that those of the Greeks who remained there, that is, the Epians and the Arcadians from Pheneus, as well as the Trojans, were left to guard the country. For among the various measures of Hercules that bespoke of the true general, none was more worthy of admiration than the practice of carrying along with him for a time on his expeditions the prisoners taken from the captured cities, and then, after they had cheerfully assisted him in his wars, settling them in the conquered regions or bestowing on them the riches he had gained from others. It was because of these deeds that Hercules gained the greatest name and renown in Italy, and not because of his passage through it, which was attended by nothing worthy of veneration. Some say that he also left sons by 2 women in the region now inhabited by the Romans. One of these sons was Pallas, who he had by the daughter of Evander, whose name they say was Lavinia, the other Latinus, whose mother was a certain Hyperborean girl, whom he brought with him as a hostage given to him by her father, and preserved for some time untouched. But while he was on his voyage to Italy, he fell in love with her, and got her with his child. And when he was preparing to leave for Argos, he married her to Faunus, the king of the Aborigines, for which reason Latinus is generally looked upon as the son of Faunus, not of Hercules. Pallas, they say, died before he arrived at puberty, but Latinus, upon reaching man's estate, succeeded to the kingdom of the Aborigines, and when he was killed in the battle against the neighbouring Rutulians, without leaving any male issue, the kingdom devolved on Aeneas, the son of Anchises, his son-in-law, but these things happened at other times. After Hercules had settled everything in Italy according to his desire, and his naval force had arrived in safety from Spain, he sacrificed to the gods the tithes of his booty, and built a small town named after himself, in the place where his fleet lay at anchor. It is now occupied by the Romans, and lying as it does between Pompeii and Neapolis, has at all times Eturia havens, and having gained fame and glory, and received divine honours from all of the inhabitants of Italy, he set sail for Sicily. Those who were left behind by him as a garrison to dwell in Italy, and were settled around the Saturnian hill, lived for some time under an independent government, but not long afterwards they adapted their manner of life, their laws, and their religious ceremonies to those of the Aborigines, even as the Arcadians and still earlier the Pelasgians had done, and they shared in the same government with them, so that in time they came to be looked upon as of the same nation with them. But let this suffice concerning the expedition of Hercules, and concerning the Peloponnesians who remained behind in Italy. In the second generation after the departure of Hercules, and about the 55th year, according to the Romans' own account, the king of the Aborigines was Latinus, who passed for the son of Faunus, but was actually the son of Hercules. He was now in the 35th year of his reign. At that point, the Trojans who had fled with Aeneas from Troy after its capture landed at Laurentium, which is on the coast of the Aborigines facing the Tyrrhenian Sea, not far from the mouth of the Tiber. And having received from the Aborigines some land for their habitation, and everything else they desired, they built a town on a hill not far from the sea, and called it Lavinium. Soon after this they changed their ancient name, and together with the Aborigines were called Latins after the king of that country, and leaving Lavinium they joined with the inhabitants of those parts in building a larger city, surrounded by a wall, which they called Alba, and setting out thence they built many other cities, the cities of the so-called Prisci Latini, of which the greatest part were inhabited even to my day. Then, 16 generations after the taking of Troy, sending out a colony to Pallantium and Saturnia, where the Peloponnesians and the Arcadians had made their first settlement, and where there were still left some remnants of the ancient race, they settled these places and surrounded Pallantium with a wall, so that it then first received the form of a city. This settlement they called Rome, after Romulus, who was the leader of the colony, and the 17th in descent from Aeneas, but also concerning the arrival of Aeneas in Italy, since some historians have been ignorant of it and others have related it in a different manner. I wish to give more than a cursory account, having compared the histories of those writers, both Greek and Roman, who are the best accredited. The stories concerning him are as follows. When Troy had been taken by the Achaeans, either by the stratagem of the wooden horse as Homer represents, or by the treachery of the Antenoridae, or by some other means, the greatest part of the Trojans and of their allies then in the city were surprised and slain in their beds. For it seems that this calamity came upon them in the night, when they were not upon their guard, but Aeneas and his Trojan forces, which he had brought from the cities of Dandanus and Ophrinium, to the assistance of the people of Ilium, and as many others as had early notice of the calamity, while the Greeks were taking the lower town, fled together to the stronghold of Pergamus, and occupied the citadel, which was fortified with its own wall. Here were deposited the holy things of the Trojans inherited from their fathers, and the great wealth in valuables, as was to be expected in a stronghold, and here also the flower of their army was stationed. Here they awaited and repulsed the enemy, who were endeavouring to gain a foothold on the Acropolis, and by making secret sallies, they were able, through their familiarity with the narrow streets, to rescue the multitude which was seeking to escape the taking of the city. And thus a larger number escaped than were taken prisoner, but with respect to the future he reasoned very properly, that it would be impossible to save a city, the greater part of which was already in possession of the enemy, and he therefore decided to abandon the city, bare of defenders, to the enemy, and to save the inhabitants themselves as well as the holy objects inherited from their fathers, and all the valuables he could carry away. Having thus resolved, he first sent out from the city the women and children, together with the aged and all others whose condition required much time to make their escape, with orders to take the roads leading to Mount Ida, while the Achaeans, intent on capturing the citadel, were given no thought to the pursuit of the multitude who were escaping the city. Of the army he assigned one part to escort the inhabitants who were departing, in order that their flight might be safe and free from hardships as the circumstances would permit. And they were ordered to take possession of the strongest parts of Mount Ida, with the rest of the troops who were the most valiant. He remained upon the wall of the citadel, and by keeping the enemy occupied in assaulting it, he rendered less difficult the flight of those who had gone on ahead. But when Neoptolemus and his men gained a foothold on part of the Acropolis, and all the Achaeans rallied to their support, Aeneas abandoned the place, and opening the gates, he marched away with the rest of the fugitives in good order, carrying with him in the best chariots his father and the gods of his country, together with his wife and children, and whatever else, either person or thing, was most precious. In the meantime, the Achaeans had taken the city by storm, and being intent on plunder, gave those who fled abundant opportunity of making their escape. Aeneas and his band overtook their people while still on the road, and being united now in one body, they seized the strongest parts of Mount Ida. Here they were joined not only by the inhabitants of Dardanus, who upon seeing a great and unusual fire arising from Ilium, had in the night left their city undefended, all except the men with Olymus and Agestus, who had got ready some ships and had departed even earlier, but also by the whole populace of Ophrinium, and by those of the other Trojan cities which clung to their liberty, and in a very short time this force of the Trojans became a very large one. Accordingly, the fugitives who had escaped with Aeneas from the taking of the city and were tarrying on Mount Ida were in hopes of returning home soon, when the enemy should have sailed away. But the Achaeans, having reduced to slavery the people who were left in the city and in the places nearby, and having demolished the forts, were preparing to subdue those also who were in the mountains. When, however, the Trojans sent heralds to treat for peace and begged them not to be reduced to the necessity of making war, the Achaeans held an assembly and made peace with them upon the following terms. Aeneas and his people were to depart from the Troad with all the valuables they had saved in their flight within a certain fixed time, after first delivering up the forts to the Achaeans, and the Achaeans were to allow them a safe conduct by land and sea through all their domains, which they departed in pursuance of these terms. Aeneas, having accepted these conditions, which he looked upon as the best possible in the circumstances, sent away Ascanius, his eldest son, with some of the allies, chiefly Phrygians, to the country of the Ascalitis, as it is called, in which lies the Ascanian lake, since he had been invited by the inhabitants to reign over them. But Ascanius did not tarry there for any great length of time, for when Scamandrius and the other descendants of Hector, who had been permitted by Neoptolemus to return home from Greece, came to him, he went to Troy, in order to restore them to their ancestral kingdom. Regarding Ascanius, then, this is all that is told. As for Aeneas, after his fleet was ready, he embarked with the rest of his sons and his father, taking with him the images of the gods, and crossing the Hellespont, sailed to the nearest peninsula, which lies in front of Europe and is called Pallene. This country was occupied by a Thracian people called Crucians, who were allies of the Trojans and had assisted them during the war with greater zeal than any of the others. This then is the most credible account concerning the flight of Aeneas, and is the one which Hellenicus, among the ancient historians, adopted in his Troika. There are different accounts given of the same events by some others, which I look upon as less probable than this, but let every reader judge as he thinks proper. Sophocles, the tragic poet, in his drama Laocoon, represents Aeneas just before the taking of the city as removing his household to Mount Ida in obedience to the orders of his father Anchises, who recalled the injunction of Aphrodite, and from the omens that had lately happened in the case of Laocoon's family, conjectured the approaching destruction of the city. His iambics, which are spoken by a messenger, are as follows. Now at the gates arrives the goddess's son, Aeneas his sire upon his shoulders borne. Aloft while down his back by thunderbolt of Zeus once smit the linen mantle streams, surrounding them the crowd of household slaves, there followed by a multitude beyond belief, who long to join this Phrygian colony. But Menocrates of Xanthus says that Aeneas betrayed the city to the Achaeans out of hatred for Alexander, and that because of this service he was permitted to save his household. His account, which begins with the funeral of Achilles, runs on this wise. The Achaeans were oppressed with grief and felt that the army had had its head lopped off. However, they celebrated his funeral feast and made war with all their might until Ilium was taken by the aid of Aeneas, who delivered it up to them. For Aeneas, being scorned by Alexander and excluded from his prerogatives, overthrew Priam, and having accomplished this, he became one of the Achaeans. Others say that he chanced to be tarrying at the time at the station where the Trojan ships lay, and others that he had been sent with a force into Phrygia by Priam upon some military expedition. Some give a more fabulous account of his departure, but let the case stand according to each man's convictions. What happened after his departure creates still greater difficulty for most historians. For some, after they have brought him as far as Thrace, say he died there. Of this number are Cephalon of Gergis and Hegesippus, who wrote concerning Pallene, both of them ancient and reputable men. Others make him leave Thrace and take him to Arcadia, and say that he lived in the Arcadian Orchomenus, in a place which, though situated inland, yet by reason of marshes and a river, is called Nessos, or island, and they add that the town called Capyae was built by Aeneas and the Trojans, and took its name from Capys the Trojan. This is the account given by various other writers and by Ariethus, the author of Arcadia, and there are some who have the story that he came indeed to Arcadia, and yet that his death did not occur there, but in Italy. This is stated by many others, and especially by Agithalus of Arcadia, the poet, who writes thus in an elegy. Then to Arcadia came, and in Nessos left his 2 daughters, fruit of his love, Anthemenes fair, and for lovely Codone. Thence made haste to Hesperia's land, and begat their male offspring, Romulus named. The arrival of Aeneas and the Trojans in Italy is attested by all the Romans, and evidence of it are to be seen in the ceremonies observed by them both in their sacrifices and festivals, as well as in the Sibyl's utterances, in the Pythian oracles, and in many other things, which none ought to disdain as invented for the sake of embellishment. Among the Greeks also many distinct monuments remain to this day on the coasts where they landed, and among the people with whom they tarried when detained by unfavourable weather. In mentioning these, though they are numerous, I shall be as brief as possible. They first went to Thrace and landed on the peninsula called Pallene. It was inhabited, as I have said, by barbarians called Crussians, who offered them a safe refuge. There they stayed the winter season and built a temple to Aphrodite on one of the promontories, and also a city called Aeneia, where they left all those who from fatigue were unable to continue the voyage, and all who chose to remain there in a country they were henceforth to look upon as their own. This city existed down to that period of the Macedonian rule, which came into being under the successors of Alexander, but it was destroyed in the reign of Cassander when Thessalonica was being founded, and the inhabitants of Aeneia, with many others, removed to the newly built city. Setting sail from Pallene, the Trojans came to Delos, of which Aeneas was king. Here there were many evidences of the presence of Aeneas and the Trojans as long as the island was inhabited and flourished. Then coming to Cythria, another island lying off the Peloponnese, they built a temple there to Aphrodite, and while they were on their voyage from Cythria, and not far from the Peloponnese, one of Aeneas' companions, named Cinathius, died, and they buried him upon one of the promontories, which is now called Cinethion, after him. And having renewed their kinship with the Arcadians, concerning which I shall speak in a later chapter, and having stayed a short time in those parts, they left some of their number there and came to Xanthus. The Xanthians also received them in a friendly manner on account of their kinship, for Dardanus, the son of Zeus and Electra, the daughter of Atlas, had, as they say, by Baetia 2 sons, Xanthus and Erichthonius, of whom the latter was the ancestor of Aeneas, and Xanthus was the first settler of the island. In memory, therefore, of this kinship, and by reason of the kindness of the inhabitants, they stayed there some time, being also detained by unfavourable weather, and they offered to Aphrodite at the temple they had built to her a sacrifice which the entire population of Xanthus performs to this day, and instituted games for young men, consisting among other events of a foot race in which the one who comes first to the temple gains the prize. This is called the course of Aeneas and Aphrodite, and wooden statues of both are erected there. From there, after a voyage through the open sea, they landed at Leucas, which was still in the possession of the Acarnanians. Here again they built a temple to Aphrodite, which still stands to this day on the little island between Diarictus and the city. It is called the Temple of Aphrodite Aeneas, and departing thence they sailed to Actium, and anchored off the promontory of the Ambracian Gulf, and from there they came to the city of Ambracia, which was then ruled by Ambrax, the son of Dexamenus, the son of Hercules. Monuments of their coming are left in both places, at Actium the temple of Aphrodite Aeneas, and near to it that of the great gods, both of which existed even to my time, and in Ambracia a temple of the same goddess and a hero shrine of Aeneas, near the little theatre. In this shrine there was a small archaic statue of wood, said to be of Aeneas, that was honoured with sacrifices by the priestesses they called Amphipoloi, or handmaidens. From Ambracia, Anchises, sailing with the fleet along the coast, came to Beuthrotum, a seaport of Epirus. But Aeneas, with the most vigorous men of his army, made a march of 2 days, and came to Dondona, in order to consult the oracle. And there they found the Trojans who had come thither with Helenus. Then, after receiving responses concerning their colony, and after dedicating to the gods various Trojan offerings, including bronze mixing bowls, some of which are still in existence and by their inscriptions, which are very ancient, show by whom they were given, they rejoined the fleet after a march of about 4 days. The presence of the Trojans at Buphrotum is proved by a hill called Troy, where they encamped at that time. From Buphrotum they sailed along the coast and came to a place which was then called the harbour of Anchises, but now has a less significant name. There also they built a temple to Aphrodite and then crossed the Ionian Gulf, having for guides on the voyage Patron the Tyrian and his men, who accompanied them of their own accord. The greater part of these, after the army had arrived safely in Italy, returned home, but Patron with some of his friends, being prevailed on by Aeneas to join the colony, stayed with the expedition. These, according to some, settled at Aluntium in Sicily. In memory of this service, the Romans in the course of time bestowed Lucus and Anactorium, which they had taken from the Corinthians, upon the Acronanians. When the latter desired to restore the Oniadae to their old home, they gave them leave to do so, but also to enjoy the produce of the Echinidae jointly with the Aetolians. As for Aeneas and his companions, they did not all go ashore at the same place in Italy, but most of the ships came to anchor at the promontory of Eopigia, which was then called the Salentine Promontory, and the others at a place named after Minerva, where Aeneas himself chanced to set foot first in Italy. This place is a promontory that offers a harbour in the summer, which from that time has been called the Harbour of Venus. After this they sailed along the coast until they reached the strait, having Italy on the right hand, and left in these places also some traces of their arrival, among others a bronze patera in the temple of Juno, on which there is an ancient inscription showing the name of Aeneas as the one who dedicated it to the goddess. When they were off Sicily, whether they had any design of landing there or were forced from their course by tempests, which are common around this sea, they landed in that part of the island which is called Drepana. Here they found the Trojans who, with Elymas and Agestus, had left Troy before them, and who, being favoured by both fortune and the winds, and at the same time being not overburdened with baggage, had made a quick passage to Sicily, and were settled near the river Chrysmissus, in the country of the Sicanians. For the latter had bestowed the land upon them out of friendship because of their kinship to Agestus, who had been born and reared in Sicily, owing to the following circumstances. One of his ancestors, a distinguished man of Trojan birth, became at odds with Laomedon, and the king seized him on some charge or other, and put him to death, together with all his male children, lest he should suffer some mischief at their hands. But thinking it unseemly to put the man's daughters to death, as they were still maidens, and at the same time unsafe to permit them to live among the Trojans, he delivered them to some merchants, with orders to carry them as far away as possible. They were accompanied on the voyage by a youth of distinguished family who was in love with one of them, and he married the girl when she arrived in Sicily, and during their stay among the Sicels they had a son, named Agestus, who learned the manners and language of the inhabitants, but after the death of his parents, Priam being then king of Troy, he obtained leave to return home, and having assisted Priam in the war against the Achaeans, he then, when the city was about to be taken, sailed back to Sicily, being accompanied in his flight by Elymas with the 3 ships which Achilles had with him when he plundered the Trojan cities and had lost when they struck on some hidden rocks. Aeneas, meeting with the man just named, showed them great kindness and built cities for them, Egesta and Elyma, and even left some part of his army in these towns. It is my own surmise that he did this by deliberate choice, to the end that those who were worn out by hardship or otherwise irked by the sea might enjoy rest and a safe retreat. But some writers say that the loss of part of his fleet, which was set on fire by some of the women who were dissatisfied with their wanderings, obliged him to leave behind the people who belonged to the burned ships, and for that reason could sail no longer with their companions. There are many proofs of the coming of Aeneas and the Trojans to Sicily, but the most notable are the altar of Aphrodite Aeneas erected on the summit of Elymas, and a temple erected to Aeneas in Egesta. The former was built by Aeneas himself in his mother's honour, but the temple was an offering made by those of the expedition who remained behind to the memory of their deliverer. The Trojans with Elymas and Egestus then remained in these parts and continued to be called Elymians, for Elymas was the first in dignity as being of the royal family, and from him they all took their name. But Aeneas and his companions, leaving Sicily, crossed the Tyrian Sea, and first came to anchor in Italy in the harbour of Palinurus, which is said to have got this name from one of the pilots of Aeneas who died there. After that they put in at an island which they called Leucosia, from a woman cousin of Aeneas who died in that place. From there they came into a deep and excellent harbour of the Opicians, and when here also one of their number died, a prominent man named Misenus, they called the harbour after him. Then putting in by chance at the island of Prochyta, and at the promontory of Caieta, they named these places in the same manner, desiring that they should serve as memorials of women who died there, one of whom is said to have been a cousin of Aeneas, and the other his nurse. At last they arrived at Laurentum in Italy, where, coming to the end of their wanderings, they made an entrenched camp, and the place where they encamped has from that time been called Troy. It is distant from the sea about 4 stades. It was necessary for me to relate these things and to make this digression, since some historians affirm that Aeneas did not even come into Italy with the Trojans, and some that it was another Aeneas, not the son of Anchises and Aphrodite, while yet others say that it was Ascanius, Aeneas' son, and others name still other persons. And there are those who claim that Aeneas, the son of Aphrodite, after he had settled his company in Italy, returned home, reigned over Troy, and dying, left his kingdom to Ascanius, his son, whose posterity possessed it for a long time. According to my conjecture, these writers are deceived by mistaking the sense of Homer's verses, for in the Iliad he represents Poseidon as foretelling the future splendour of Aeneas and his posterity on the wise. O great Aeneas shall dissolve the rain, and sons succeeding sons the lasting line sustain. Thus, as they supposed that Homer knew these men reigned in Phrygia, they invented the return of Aeneas, as it was not possible for them to reign over Trojans while living in Italy. But it was not impossible for Aeneas to reign over the Trojans he had taken with him. even though they were settled in another country. However, other reasons also might be given for this error. But if it creates a difficulty for any that tombs of Aeneas are both said to exist and are actually shown in many places, whereas it is impossible for the same person to be buried in more than one place, let them consider that this difficulty arises in the case of many other men too, particularly men who have had remarkable fortunes and led wandering lives, and let them know that, though only one place received their bodies, yet their monuments were erected among many peoples through the gratitude of those who had received some benefit from them, particularly if any of their race still survived, or if any city had been built by them, or if their residence among any people had been long and distinguished by great humanity. Just such things, in fact, as we know are related of this hero. For he preserved Ilium from utter destruction at the time of its capture, and sent away white Trojan allies safe to Babricia. He left his son Ascanius as king in Phrygia, built a city named after himself in Pallene, married off his daughters in Arcadia, left part of his army in Sicily, and during his residence in many other places had the reputation of conducting himself with great humanity. Thus he gained the voluntary affection of those people, and accordingly after he left this mortal life, he was honoured with hero shrines and monuments erected to him in many places. What reasons, pray, could anyone assign for his monuments in Italy, if he never reigned in these parts or resided in them, or if he was entirely unknown to the inhabitants? But this point shall be again discussed, according as my narrative shall from time to time require it to be made clear. The failure of the Trojan fleet to sail any further into Europe was due to the oracles which reached their fulfilment in these parts, and to the divine power which revealed its will in many ways. For while their fleet lay at anchor off Laurentum, and they had set up their tents near the shore, in the first place, when the men were oppressed with thirst, and there was no water in the place, which I say I had from the inhabitants, springs of the sweetest water were seen rising out of the earth spontaneously, of which all the army drank, and the place was flooded as the stream ran down to the sea from the springs. Today, however, the springs are no longer so full as to overflow, but there is just a little water collected in a hollow place, and the inhabitants say it is a sacred spring to the sun, and near it 2 altars are pointed out, one facing to the east and the other to the west, both of them Trojan structures, upon which the story goes Aeneas offered up his first sacrifice to the god as a thank offering for the water. After that, while they were taking their repast upon the ground, many of them strewed parsley under their food to serve as a table. But others say that they thus used wheaten cakes in order to keep their victuals clean. When all of the victuals that were laid before them were consumed, first one of them ate of the parsley or cakes that were placed underneath, and then another. Thereupon one of Aeneas's sons, as the story goes, or some other of his messmates, happened to exclaim, "Look you, at last we have eaten even the table." As soon as they heard this, they all cried out with joy that the first part of the oracle was now fulfilled, for a certain oracle had been delivered to them, some say in Dodona, but according to others in Euryphri, a place on Mount Ida where lived a sibyl of the country, a prophetic nymph, who ordered them to sail westwards until they came to a place where they should eat their tables, and that when they found this place, they should follow a 4-footed beast as their guide, and wherever the animal grew wearied, there they should build a city. Calling to mind then this prophecy, some at the command of Aeneas brought the images of the gods out of the ship to the place appointed by him, others prepared pedestals and altars for them, and the women with shouts and dancing accompanied the images, and Aeneas with his companions, when a sacrifice had been made ready, stood round the altar with the customary garlands on his head. While these were offering up their prayers, the sow which was the destined victim, being big with young and near her time, shook herself free as the priests were performing the initial rites, and fleeing from those who held her, ran back into the country. And Aeneas, understanding that this then was the four-footed beast the oracle intended as their guide, followed the sow with a few of his people at a small distance, fearing lest, disturbed by her pursuers, she might be frightened from her course, which fate had appointed for her. And the sow, after going about 24 stades from the sea, ran up a hill, and there, spent with weariness, she lay down. But Aeneas, for the oracle seemed now to be fulfilled, observing that the place was not only in a poor part of the land, but also at a distance from the sea, and that even the latter did not afford a safe anchorage, found himself in great perplexity whether they ought to, in obedience with the oracle, settle there, where they would lead a life of perpetual misery without enjoying any advantage, or ought to go further in search of better land. While he was pondering this and blaming the gods, suddenly, they say, a voice came to him from the woods, though the speaker was not to be seen, commanding him to stay there and build a city immediately, and not by giving way to the difficulty occasioned by his present opinion, just because he would establish his abode in a barren country, reject his future good fortune. That was indeed all but actually present. For it was fated that, beginning with this sorry and at first small habitation, he should in the course of time acquire a spacious and fertile country, and that his children and posterity should possess a vast empire which should be prolonger for many ages. For the present, therefore, this settlement should be a refuge for the Trojans, but, after as many years as the sow should bring forth young ones, another city, large and flourishing, should be built by his posterity. It is said that Aeneas, hearing this and looking upon the voice as something divine, did as the god commanded. But others say that while he was dismayed and had neglected himself in his grief to such a degree that he neither came into the camp nor took any food, but spent that night just as he was, a great and wonderful vision of a dream appeared to him in the likeness of one of his country's gods, and gave him the advice just before mentioned. Which of these accounts is the true one, the gods only know. The next day, it is said, the sow brought forth 30 young ones, and just that many years later, in accordance with the oracle, another city was built by the Trojans, concerning which I shall speak in the proper place. Aeneas sacrificed the sow with her young to the household gods, in a place where now stands the chapel, which the Lavinians look on as sacred and preserve inaccessible to all but themselves. Then, having ordered the Trojans to remove their camp to the hill, he placed the images of the gods in the best part of it, and immediately addressed himself to the building of the town with the greatest zeal. And making descents into the country around him, he took from there such things as were of use to him in building, and the loss of which was likely to be the most grievous to the owners, such as iron, timber, and agricultural implements. But Latinus, the king of the country at that time, who was at war with a neighbouring people called the Rutulians, and had fought some battles with ill success, received an account of what had passed in a most alarming form, to the effect that all his coast was being laid waste by a foreign army, and that, if he did not immediately put a stop to their depredations, this war with his neighbours that he was currently fighting would seem to him a joy in comparison. Latinus was struck with fear at this news, and immediately abandoning the war in which he was then engaged, he marched against the Trojans with a great army. But seeing them armed like Greeks, drawn up in good order and resolutely awaiting the conflict, he gave up the idea of hazarding an immediate engagement, since he saw no probability now of defeating them at the first onset, as he had expected when he set out from home against them. And encamping on a hill, he thought he ought first to let his troops recover from their present fatigue, which from the length of the march and the eagerness of the pursuit was very great. And passing the night there, he was resolving to engage the enemy at break of day. But when he had reached this decision, a certain divinity of that place appeared to him in his sleep, and bade him receive the Greeks into his land to dwell with his own subjects, adding that their coming was a great advantage to him, and a benefit to all of the aborigines alike. And the same night Aeneas' household gods appeared to him, and admonished him to persuade Latinus to grant them of his own accord a settlement in the part of the country they desired, and to treat the Greek forces rather as allies than as enemies. Thus the dream hindered both of them from beginning an engagement, and as soon as it was day and the armies were drawn up in order of battle, heralds came to each of the commanders from the other with the same request, that they should meet for a parley, and so it came to pass. Complained of the sudden war which they had made upon his subjects without any previous declaration, and demanded that Aeneas tell him who he was, and what he meant by plundering the country without any provocation, since he could not be ignorant that everyone who is attacked in war defends himself against the aggressors. And he complained that when Aeneas might have obtained amicably and with the consent of the inhabitants whatever he could reasonably desire, he had chosen to take it by force, contrary to the universal sense of justice, and with greater dishonour than credit to himself. After he had spoken thus, Aeneas answered, "We are natives of Troy, not the least famous city among the Greeks. But since this has been captured and taken from us by the Achaeans after a 10-year war, we have been wanderers, roving about for want both of a city and a country where we might henceforth live, and are come hither in obedience to the commands of the gods, and this land alone, as the oracles tell us, is left for us as the haven of our wandering. We are indeed taking from this country the things we need, with greater regard for our unfortunate situation than to propriety, a course which until recently we by no means wished to pursue. But we will make compensation for them with many good services in return, offering you our bodies and our minds, well disciplined against dangers, to employ as you think proper in keeping your country free from the ravages of enemies, and in heartily assisting you to conquer their lands. We humbly entreat you not to resent what we have done, realizing as you must that we did it not out of wantonness, but constrained by necessity, and everything that is involuntary deserves forgiveness. And you ought not to take any hostile resolution concerning us as we stretch forth our hands to you. But if you do so, we will first beg the gods and divinities who possess this land to forgive us even for what we do under the constraint of necessity, and will then endeavour to defend ourselves against you who are the aggressors in this war. For this will not be the first nor the greatest war that we have experienced. When Latinus heard this, he answered him, "Nay, but I cherish a kindly feeling towards the whole Greek race, and am greatly grieved by the inevitable calamities of mankind. And I should be very solicitous for your safety, if it were clear to me that you have come here in search of a habitation, and that, contented with a suitable share of the land, and enjoying in a spirit of friendship what shall be given you, you will not endeavour to deprive me of the sovereignty by force. And if the assurances you give me are real, I desire to give and receive pledges that will preserve our compact inviolate." Aeneas having accepted this proposal, a treaty was made between the two nations, and confirmed by oaths to this effect. The Aborigines were to grant the Trojans as much land as they desired, that is, the space of about 40 states in every direction from the hill. The Trojans on their part were to assist the Aborigines in the war they were then engaged in, and also to join them with their forces upon every other occasion when summoned, and mutually both nations were to aid each other to the utmost of their power, both with their arms and with their counsel. After they had concluded this treaty and had given pledges by handing over children as hostages, they marched with joint forces against the cities of the Rutulians, and having soon subdued all opposition there, they came to the town of the Trojans, which was still but half finished, and all working with a common zeal, they fortified the town with a wall. This town Aeneas called Lavinium, after the daughter of Latinus, according to the Romans' own account, for her name, they say, was Lavinia, but according to some of the Greek mythographers, he named it after the daughter of Aeneas, the king of the Delians, who was also called Lavinia. For as she was the first to die of illness at the time of the building of the city, and was burned in the place where she died, the city was made her memorial. She is said to have embarked with the Trojans after having been given by her father to Aeneas, at his desire as a prophetess and a wise woman. While Lavinium was building, the following omens are said to have appeared to the Trojans. When a fire broke out spontaneously in the forest, a wolf, they say, brought some dry wood in his mouth and threw it upon the fire, and an eagle, flying thither, fanned the flames with the motion of his wings. But working in opposition to these, a fox, after wetting his tail in the river, endeavoured to beat out the flames. And now those that were kindling it would prevail, and now the fox that was trying to put it out. But at last the two former got the upper hand, and the other went away unable to do anything further. Aeneas, on observing this, said that the colony would become illustrious and an object of wonder, and would gain the greatest renown, but that as it increased it would be envied by its neighbours and prove grievous to them. Nevertheless, it would overcome its adversaries, the good fortune that it had received from heaven being more powerful than the envy of men that would oppose it. These very clear indications are said to have been given of what was to happen to the city, of which there are monuments now standing in the Forum of the Lavinians, in the form of bronze images of the animals, which have been preserved for a very long time. After the Trojan city was built, all were extremely desirous of enjoying the mutual benefit of their new alliance, and their kings, setting the example, united the excellence of the two races, the native and the foreign, by ties of marriage, Latinus giving his daughter Lavinia to Aeneas. Thereupon the rest also conceived the same desire as their kings, and combining in a very brief time their customs, laws, and religious ceremonies, forming ties through intermarriage and becoming mingled together in the wars they jointly waged, and all calling themselves by the common name of Latins, after the king of the Aborigines, they adhered so firmly to their pact that no lapse of time has yet severed them from one another. The nations, therefore, which came together and shared in a common life, and from which the Roman people derived their origin before the city they now inhabit was built, are these. First, the Aborigines, who drove the Sicels out of these parts, and were originally Greeks from the Peloponnese. The same who with Onotrus removed from the country now called Arcadia, according to my opinion. Then the Pelasgians, who came from Haemonia, as it was then called, but now called Thessaly. Third, those who came into Italy with Evander from the city of Pallantium. After them, the Appians and Phoeniates, who were part of the Peloponnesian army commanded by Hercules, with whom a Trojan element also was commingled, and last of all, the Trojans who had escaped with Aeneas from Ilium, Dardanus, and the other Trojan cities. That the Trojans too were a nation as truly Greek as any and formerly came from the Peloponnese has long been asserted by some authors, and shall be briefly related by me also. The account concerning them is as follows. Atlas was the first king of the country now called Arcadia, and he lived near the mountain called Thaumacius. He had 7 daughters, who are said to be numbered now among the constellations, under the name of the Pleiades. Zeus married one of these, Electra, and had by her 2 sons, Iasus and Dardanus. Iasus remained unmarried, but Dardanus married Chrysis, the daughter of Pallas, by whom he had 2 sons, Idaeus and Dymas, and these, succeeding Atlas in the kingdom, reigned for some time in Arcadia. Afterwards a great deluge occurred throughout Arcadia. The plains were overflowed, and for a long time could not be tilled. And the inhabitants living upon the mountains and eking out a sorry livelihood decided that the land remaining would not be sufficient for the support of them all, and so divided themselves into 2 groups, one of which remained in Arcadia, after making Dymas, the son of Dardanus, their king, while the other left the Peloponnese on board a large fleet, and sailing along the coast of Europe they came to a gulf called Melas, and chanced to land on a certain island of Thrace, as to which I am unable to say whether it was previously inhabited or not. They called the island Samothrace, a name compounded of the name of a man and the name of a place, for it belongs to Thrace, and its first settler was Saemon, the son of Hermes and a nymph of Cyllene, named Rene. Here they remained but a short time, since the life proved to be no easy one for them, forced to contend as they were with both a poor soil and a boisterous sea, but leaving some few of their people in the island, the greater part of them removed once more and went to Asia, under Dardanus as the leader of their colony. For Iasus had died in the island, being struck with a thunderbolt for desiring to have intercourse with Demeter, and disembarking in the strait now called the Hellespont, they settled in the region which was afterwards called Phrygia. Idaeus, the son of Dardanus, with part of the company occupied the mountains which are now called after him, the Idaean Mountains, and there built a temple to the mother of the gods, and instituted mysteries and ceremonies which are observed to this day throughout all of Phrygia. And Dardanus built a city named after himself in the region now called the Troad. The land was given to him by Chusa, the king, after whom the country was accidentally called Chucris. Many authors, and particularly Phanodemus, who wrote about the ancient lore of Attica, say that Chusa had come into Asia from Attica, where he had been chief of the deme called Zypete, and of this tale they offer many proofs. They add that, having possessed himself of a large and fertile country with but a small native population, he was glad to see Dardanus and the Greeks who came with him, both because he hoped for their assistance in wars against the barbarians, and because he desired that the land should not remain unoccupied. But the subject requires that I relate also how Aeneas was descended. This too I shall do briefly. Dardanus, after the death of Chrysis, the daughter of Pallas, by whom he had his first sons, married Batea, the daughter of Chusa, and by her had Erichthonius, who is said to have been the most fortunate of all men, since he inherited both the kingdom of his father and that of his maternal grandfather. Of Erichthonius and Caliro, the daughter of Scamander, was born Tros, from whom the nation has received its name. Of Tros and Acalaris, the daughter of Eudemes. Assaracus, of Assaracus and Clytodora, the daughter of Laomedon. Capys, of Capys and a Naiad nymph, Hieronyme. Anchises, of Anchises and Aphrodite, Aeneas. Thus I have shown that the Trojan race too was originally Greek. Concerning the time when Lavinium was built there are various reports, but to me the most probable seems to be that which places it in the 2nd year after the departure of the Trojans from Troy. For Ilium was taken at the end of the spring, 17 days before the summer solstice, and the 8th from the end of the month Feraglion, according to the calendar of the Athenians, and there still remained 20 days after the solstice to complete that year. During the 37 days that followed the taking of the city, I imagine that the Achaeans were employed in regulating the affairs of the city, in receiving embassies from those who had withdrawn themselves, and in concluding a treaty with them. In the following year, which was the first after the taking of the city, the Trojans set sail about the autumnal equinox, crossed the Hellespont, and landed in Thrace, passed the winter season there, during which they received the fugitives who kept flocking to them and made the necessary preparations for their voyage. And leaving Thrace in the beginning of spring, they sailed as far as Sicily. When they had landed there, the year came to an end, and they passed the 2nd winter in assisting the Olymians to found their cities in Sicily, but as soon as conditions were favourable for navigation they set sail from the island, and crossing the Tyrian Sea, arrived at last at Laurentum on the coast of the Aborigines in the middle of the summer, and having received the ground from them they founded Lavinium, thus bringing to an end the 2nd year from the taking of Troy. With regard to these matters, then, I have thus shown my opinion. But when Aeneas had sufficiently adorned the city with temples and other public buildings, of which the greatest part remained even to my day, the next year, which was the 3rd after his departure from Troy, he reigned over the Trojans only, but in the 4th year, Latinus having died, he succeeded to his kingdom also, not only in consideration of the relationship to him by marriage, Lavinia being the heiress after the death of Latinus, but also because of his being commander in the war against the neighbouring tribes. For the Rutulians had again revolted from Latinus, choosing for their leader one of the deserters named Tyrannus, who was a nephew of Amata, the wife of Latinus. This man blaming Latinus in the matter of Lavinia's marriage, because he had ignored his kinsman and allied his family with outsiders, and being goaded on by Amata and encouraged by others, had gone over to the Rutulians with the force he commanded. War arose out of these complaints, and in a sharp battle that ensued, Latinus, Tyrrhenius, and many others were slain. Nevertheless, Aeneas and his people gained the victory. Thereupon Aeneas succeeded to the kingdom of his father-in-law, but when he had reigned 3 years after the death of Latinus, in the 4th he lost his life in battle. For the Rutulians marched out in full force from their city against him, and with them Mezentius the king of the Tyrians, who fought his own country in danger, for he was troubled at seeing the Greek power already making rapid headway. A severe battle took place not far from Lavinium, and many were slain on both sides, but when night came on, the armies separated. And when the body of Aeneas was nowhere to be seen, some concluded that it had been translated to the gods, and others that it had perished in the river beside which the battle was fought. And the Latins built a hero shrine to him with this inscription, "To the father and god of this place, who presides over the waters of the river Dionysius." But there are some who say that the shrine was erected by Aeneas in honour of Anchises, who died in the year before this war. It is a small mound, round which have been set out in regular rows trees that are well worth seeing. Aeneas having departed this life about the 7th year after the taking of Troy, Euryleon, who in the fight had been renamed Ascanius, succeeded to the rule over the Latins. At this time the Trojans were undergoing a siege. The forces of the enemy were increasing daily, and the Latins were unable to assist those who were shut up in Lavinium. Ascanius and his men therefore first invited the enemy to a friendly and reasonable accommodation, but when no heed was paid to them, they were forced to allow their enemies to put an end to the war upon their own terms. When, however, the Tyrians, among other intolerable conditions that he imposed upon them, as upon a people already become his slaves, commanded them to bring to the Tyrians every year all the wine the country of the Latins produced, they looked upon this as a thing beyond all endurance, and following the advice of Ascanius, voted that the fruit of the vine should be sacred to Jupiter. Then, exhorting one another to prove their zeal and valour, and praying the gods to assist them in their dangerous enterprise, they fixed upon a moonless night, and sallied out of the city. And they immediately attacked that part of the enemy's rampart which lay nearest to the city, and which, being designed as an advanced post to cover the rest of their forces, had been constructed in a strong position, and was defended by the choicest youth of the Tyrians, under the command of Lausus, the son of Mezentius, and their attack being unforeseen, they easily made themselves masters of the stronghold. While they were employed in taking this post, those of the enemy who were encamped on the plains, seeing an unusual light and hearing the cries of the men who were perishing, left the level country and were fleeing to the mountains. During this time there was great confusion and tumult, as was but natural with an army moving at night, for they expected the enemy would every moment fall upon them while they were withdrawing in disorder and with ranks broken. The Latins, after they had taken the fort by storm and learned that the rest of the army was in disorder, pressed after them, killing and pursuing. And not only did none of the enemy attempt to turn and resist, but it was not even possible for them to know in what evil plight they were, and in their confusion and helplessness some were falling over precipices and perishing, while others were becoming entangled in blind ravines and were being taken prisoner, but most of them, failing to recognize their comrades in the dark, treated them as enemies, and the greatest part of their losses was due to their slaying of one another. Mezentius with a few of his men seized a hill, and when he learned of the fate of his son and of the numbers he had lost, and discovered the nature of the place in which he had shut himself up, realizing that he was packing in everything needful, he sent heralds to Lavinium to treat for peace. And since Ascanius advised the Latins to husband their good fortune, Mezentius obtained permission to retire under a truce with the forces he had left, and from that time, laying aside all his enmity with the Latins, he was their consulate friend. In the 30th year after the founding of Lavinium, Ascanius, the son of Aeneas, in pursuance of an oracle given to his father, built another city, and transferred both the inhabitants of Lavinium and the other Latins who were desirous of a better habitation to the newly built city, which he called Alba. Alba means in the Greek tongue, white. but for the sake of clearness, it is distinguished from another city of the same name by the addition of an epithet descriptive of its shape, and its name is now as if it were a compound made up of the two terms, Alba Longa, or Long White Town. This city is now uninhabited, since in the time of Tullius Hostilius, the king of the Romans, Alba seemed to be contending with her colony for the sovereignty and hence was destroyed. But Rome, though she razed her mother city to the ground, nevertheless welcomed its citizens into her midst. But these events belong to a later time. To return to its founding, Alba was built near a mountain and a lake, occupying the space between the two, which served the city in place of walls and rendered it difficult to be taken. For the mountain is extremely strong and high, and the lake is deep and large, and its waters are received by the plain when the sluices are opened, the inhabitants having it in their power to husband the supply as much as they wish. Lying below the city are plains marvellous to behold, and rich in producing wines and fruits of all sort, in no degree inferior to the rest of Italy, and particularly what they call the Alban wine, which is sweet and excellent, and with the exception of the Falernian, certainly superior to all others. While the city was building, a most remarkable prodigy is said to have occurred. A temple with an inner sanctuary had been built for the images of the gods which Aeneas had brought with him from the Trojan set up in Lavinium, and the statues had been removed from Lavinium to this sanctuary. But during the following night, although the doors were most carefully closed and the walls of the enclosure and the roof of the temple suffered no injury, the statues changed their position and were found upon their old pedestals. And after being brought back again from Lavinium with supplications and propitiatory sacrifices, they returned in like manner to the same place. Upon this the people were for some time in doubt what they should do, being unwilling either to live apart from their ancestral gods, or to return again to their deserted habitation, but at last they hit upon an expedient which promised to meet satisfactorily both of these difficulties. This was to let the images remain where they were and to conduct men back from Alba to Lavinium to live there and take care of them. Those who were sent to Lavinium to have charge of the rites were 600 in number. They removed thither with their entire households, and Agestus was appointed their chief. As for these gods, the Romans call them Penates. Some who translate the name into Greek render it Patroi, others Genephloi. Each of these seems to be giving them their name from some one of their attributes, and it is probable that they are all expressing more or less the same idea. Concerning their figure and appearance, Timaeus the historian makes the statement that the holy objects preserved in the sanctuary at Lavinium are iron and bronze, or heralds' wands, and a Trojan earthenware vessel. This, he says, he himself learned from the inhabitants. For my part, I believe that in the case of those things which it is not lawful for all to see, I ought neither to hear about them from those who do see them, nor to describe them, for I am indignant with every one else, too, who presumes to inquire into or to know more than what is permitted by law. But the things which I myself know by having seen them, and concerning which no scruple forbids me to write, are as follows. They show you in Rome a temple built not far from the Forum in the short street that leads to the Carinae. It is a small shrine, and is darkened by the height of the adjacent buildings. The place is called in the native speech Velia. In this temple there are images of the Trojan gods which it is lawful for all to see, with an inscription showing them to be the Penates. They are two-seated youths holding spears, and are pieces of ancient workmanship. We have seen many other statues also of these gods in ancient temples, and in all of them are represented two youths in military garb. There it is permitted to see, and it is also permitted to hear and to write about them, what Callistratus, the author of the history of Samothrace, relates, and also Satyrus, who collected the ancient legends, and many others too, among whom the poet Halicarnassus is the earliest we know of. At any rate, the following is the account they give. Chrysis, the daughter of Pallas, when she was married to Dardanus, brought for her dowry the gifts of Athena, that is, the Palladia, and the sacred symbols of the great gods, in whose mysteries she had been instructed, when the Arcadians, fleeing from the deluge, left the Peloponnese, and established their abode in the Thracian island. Dardanus built there a temple to these gods, whose particular names he kept secret from all, and performed the mysteries in their honour which are observed to this day by the Samothracians. Then, when he was conducting the greater part of the people into Asia, he left the sacred rites and mysteries of the gods with those who remained in the island, but picked up and carried with him the Palladia and the images of the gods. And upon consulting the oracle concerning the place where he should settle, among other things that he learned, he received this answer relating to the custody of the holy objects. In the town thou buildest worship undying found, to gods ancestral, guard them, sacrifice, adore with choirs. For whilst these holy things in thy land remain, Zeus's daughters gifts of old bestowed upon thy source, secure from harm, thy city shall abide forevermore. Dardanus accordingly left the statues in the city which he founded and named after himself, but when Ilium was settled later, they were removed thither by his descendants, and the people of Ilium built a temple and a sanctuary for them upon the citadel, and preserved them with all possible care, looking upon them as sent from heaven, and as pledges of the city's safety. And while the lower town was being captured, Aeneas, possessing himself of the citadel, took out of the sanctuary the images of the great gods, and the Palladium, which still remained, for Odysseus and Diomed, they say, when they came into Ilium by night, had stolen the other away, and carrying them with him out of the city, brought them into Italy. Halicarnassus, however, says that only one Palladium was given by Zeus to Dardanus, and that this remained in Ilium, hidden in the sanctuary, until the city was being taken, but that from this a copy was made, differing in no respect from the original, and exposed to public view, on purpose, to deceive those who might be planning to steal it, and that the Achaeans, having formed such a plan, took the copy away. I say therefore on the authority of the men above mentioned that the holy objects brought into Italy by Aeneas were the images of the great gods, to whom the Samothracians, of all the Greeks, pay the greatest worship, and that the Palladium, famous in legend, which they say is kept by the holy virgins in the temple of Vesta, where the perpetual fire is also preserved. But concerning these matters I shall speak hereafter, and there may also be other objects beside these which are kept secret from us who are not initiated. But let this suffice concerning the holy objects of the Trojans. Upon the death of Ascanius in the 38th year of his reign, Silvius, his brother, succeeded to the rule. He was born of Lavinia, the daughter of Latinus, after the death of Aeneas, and they say that he was brought up on the mountains by the herdsmen. For when Ascanius took over the rule, Lavinia, becoming alarmed lest her relationship as stepmother might draw upon her some severity from him, and being then with child, entrusted herself to a certain Tyrannius, who had charge of the royal herds of swine, and whom she knew to have been on very intimate terms with Latinus. He, carrying her into the lonely woods as if she were an ordinary woman, and taking care that she was not seen by anyone who knew her, supported her in a house he built in the forest, which was known to but a few. And when the child was born, he took it up and reared it, naming it from the wood Silvius, or as one might say in Greek, Hylios. But in the course of time, finding that the Latins made great search for the woman, and that the people accused Ascanius of having put her to death, he acquainted them with the whole matter, and brought the woman and her son out of the forest. From this experience Silvius got his name, as I have related, and so did all his posterity. And he became king after the death of his brother, though not without a contest with one of the sons of Ascanius, Iulius the eldest, who claimed the succession to his father's rule. The issue was decided by the vote of the people, who were influenced chiefly by this consideration, among others, that Silvius' mother was heiress to the kingdom. Upon Iulius was conferred, instead of the sovereignty, a certain sacred authority and honour preferable to the royal dignity, both for security and ease of life, and this prerogative was enjoyed even to my day by his posterity, who were called the Julii after him. This house became the greatest, and at the same time the most illustrious of any we know of, and produced the most distinguished commanders, whose virtues were so many proofs of their nobility. But concerning them I shall say what is required in another place. Silvius, after holding the sovereignty 29 years, was succeeded by Aeneas, his son, who reigned 31 years. After him Latinus reigned 51, then Alba 39. After Alba, Capitus reigned 26, then Capris 28, and after Capris, Capitus held the rule for 13 years. Then Tiberinus reigned for a period of 8 years. This king, it is said, was slain in a battle that was fought near a river, and being carried away by the stream, gave his name to the river, which had previously been called the Albiuta. Tiberius' successor, Agrippa, reigned 41 years. After Agrippa, Aloysius, a tyrannical creature and odious to the gods, reigned 19 years. Contemptuous of the divine powers, he had contrived imitations of lightning and sounds resembling thunderclaps, with which he proposed to terrify people as if he were a god, but rain and lightning descended upon his house, and the lake beside which it stood rose to an unusual height, so that he was overwhelmed and destroyed with his whole household. And even now, when the lake is clear in a certain part, which happens whenever the flow of water subsides and the depths are undisturbed, the ruins of porticos and other traces of a dwelling appear. Aventinus, after whom was named one of the 7 hills that are joined to make the city of Rome, succeeded him in the sovereignty, and reigned 37 years, and after him Procca 23 years. Then Amulius, having unjustly possessed himself of the kingdom which belonged to Numitor, his eldest brother, reigned 42 years. But when Amulius had been slain by Romulus and Remus, the sons of the Holy Maiden, as shall presently be related, Numitor, the maternal grandfather of the youths, after his brother's death, resumed the sovereignty which by law belonged to him. In the next year of Numitor's reign, which was the 437th after the taking of Troy, the Albans sent out a colony under the leadership of Romulus and Remus, and founded Rome, in the beginning of the first year of the 7th Olympiad, when Diocles of Messina was victor in the foot race, and at Athens, Chatros was in the first year of his 10-year term as Archon. But as there is great dispute concerning both the time of the building of the city and the founders of it, I have thought it incumbent on me also not to give merely a cursory account of these things, as if they were universally agreed on. For Cephalon of Gergis, a very ancient writer, says that the city was built in the 2nd generation after the Trojan War by those who had escaped from Troy with Aeneas, and he names as the founder of it Romus, who was the leader of the colony and one of Aeneas's sons. He adds that Aeneas had 4 sons, Ascanius, Eurelion, Romulus, and Remus, and Demagoras. Agthilus and many others agree with him as regards both the time and the leader of the colony, but the author of the history of the priestesses at Argos, and of what happened in the days of each of them, says that Aeneas came into Italy from the land of the Molossians with Odysseus, and became the founder of the city which he named after Rome, one of the Trojan women. He says that this woman, growing weary with wandering, stirred up the other Trojan women, and together with them set fire to the ships. And Damastes of Sigium and some others agree with him, but Aristotle the philosopher relates that some of the Achaeans, while they were doubling Cape Mela on their return from Troy, were overtaken by a violent storm, and being for some time driven out of their course by the winds, wandered over many parts of the sea until at last they came to this place in the land of the Apicians, which is called Latinum, laying on the Tyrrhenian Sea. And being pleased with the sight of land, they hauled up their ships, stayed there the winter season, and were preparing to sail at the beginning of spring. But when their ships were set on fire in the night, and they were unable to sail away, they were compelled against their will to fix their abode in the place where they had landed. This fate, he says, was brought upon them by the captive women they were carrying with them from Troy, who burned the ships, fearing that the Achaeans in returning home would carry them into slavery. Callias, who wrote of the deeds of Agathocles, says that Rome, one of the Trojan women who came into Italy with the other Trojans, married Latinus, the king of the Aborigines, by whom she had 3 sons, Romus, Romulus, and Telegonus, and having built a city, gave it the name of their mother. Xenogoras the historian writes that Odysseus and Circe had 3 sons, Romus, Antias, and Ardias, who built 3 cities and called them after their own names. Dionysius of Chalcis named Romus as the founder of the city, but says that according to some this man was the son of Ascanius, and according to others the son of Amathion. There are others who declare that Rome was built by Romus, the son of Italus, and Lucaria, the daughter of Latinus. I could cite many other Greek historians who assign different founders to the city, but not to appear prolix, I shall come to the Roman historians. The Romans, to be sure, have not so much as one single historian or chronicler who is ancient. However, each of their historians has taken something out of ancient accounts that are preserved on sacred tablets. Others say that after the death of Aeneas, Ascanius, having succeeded to the entire sovereignty of the Latins, divided both the country and the forces of the Latins into 3 parts, 2 of which he gave to his brothers, Romulus and Remus, He himself, they say, built Alba and some other towns. Remus built cities which he named Capuus after Capys, his great-grandfather, Anchisia after his grandfather Anchises, Aeneas, which was afterwards called Janiculum, after his father, and Rome after himself. This last city was for some time deserted, but upon the arrival of another colony, which the Albans sent out under the leadership of Romulus and Remus, it received again its ancient name, so that according to this account there were 2 settlements of Rome, one a little after the Trojan War, and the other 15 generations after the first. And if anyone desires to look into the remotest past, even a third Rome will be found, more ancient than these, one that was founded before Aeneas and the Trojans came into Italy. This is related by no ordinary or modern historian, but by Antiochus of Syracuse, whom I have mentioned before. He says that when Morges reigned in Italy, which at that time comprised all the sea coast from Tarentum to Poseidonia, a man came to him who had been banished from Rome. His words are these: "When Italus was growing old, Morgus reigned. In his reign there came a man who had been banished from Rome. His name was Cyclius. According to the Syracusan historian, therefore, an ancient Rome is found even earlier than the Trojan War. However, as he has left it doubtful whether it was situated in the same region where the present city stands, or whether some other place happened to be called by that name, I, too, can form no conjecture. But as regards the ancient settlements of Rome, I think that what has already been said is sufficient. As to the last settlement or founding of the city, or whatever we ought to call it, Timaeus of Sicily, following what principles I do not know, places it at the same time as the founding of Carthage, that is, in the 38th year before the first Olympiad. Lucius Cincius, a member of the Senate, places it about the 4th year of the 12th Olympiad, and Quintius Fabius in the 1st year of the 8th Olympiad. Porcius Cato does not give the time according to Greek reckoning, but being as careful as any writer in gathering the date of ancient history, he places its founding 432 years after the Trojan War, and this time being compared with the Chronicles of Eratosthenes, corresponds to the 1st year of the 7th Olympiad. That the canons of Eratosthenes are sound I have shown in another treatise, where I have also shown how the Roman chronology is to be synchronized with that of the Greeks. For I do not think it sufficient, like Polybius of Megalopolis, to say merely that I believe Rome was built in the 2nd year of the 7th Olympiad, nor to let my belief rest without further examination upon the single tablet preserved by the high priests, the only one of its kind, but I determined to set forth the reasons that had appealed to me, so that all might examine them who so desired. In that treatise, therefore, the detailed exposition is given, but in the course of the present work also the most essential of the conclusions there reached will be mentioned. The matter stands thus. It is generally agreed that the invasion of the Gauls during which the city of Rome was taken happened during the archonship of Phrygion at Athens, in the 1st year of the 98th Olympiad. Now, if the time before the taking of the city is reckoned back to Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus, the first consuls at Rome after the overthrow of the kings, it comprehends 120 years. This is proved in many other ways, but particularly by the records of the censors, which receives in succession from the father and takes great care to transmit to posterity like family rights. And there are many illustrious men of censorium families who preserve these records. In them I find that in the 2nd year before the taking of the city, there was a census of the Roman people, to which, as to the rest of them, there is affixed the date as follows. In the consulship of Lucius Valerius Potitus and Titus Manlius Capitolinus, in the 119th year after the expulsion of the kings, so that the Gallic invasion, which we find to have occurred in the 2nd year after the census, happened when the 120 years were completed. If now this interval of time is found to consist of 30 Olympiads, it must be allowed that the first consuls to be chosen entered upon their magistracy in the 1st year of the 68th Olympiad, the same year that Isagoras was Archon at Athens. And again, if from the expulsion of the kings the time is reckoned back to Romulus, the first ruler of the city, it amounts to 244 years. That is known from the order in which the kings succeeded one another, and the number of years each of them ruled. For Romulus, the founder of Rome, reigned 37 years, it is said, and after his death the city was a year without a king. Then Numa Pompilius, who was chosen by the people, reigned 43 years. After Numa, Tullius Hostilius 32, and his successor Ancius Marcius 24. After Marcius, Lucius Tarquinius, called Priscus, 38. Servius Tullius, who succeeded him, 44. And the slayer of Servius, Lucius Tarquinius, the tyrannical prince who, from the contempt of justice, was called Superbus, extended his reign to the 25th year. As the reigns therefore of the kings amounted to 244 years or 61 Olympiads, it follows necessarily that Romulus, the first ruler of the city, began his reign in the 1st year of the 7th Olympiad, when Chapros at Athens was in the 1st year of his 10-year term as Archon. For the count of the years requires this, and that each king reigned the number of years is shown in the treatise of mine to which I have referred. This therefore is the account given by those who lived before me and adopted by me concerning the time of the settlement of the city which now rules supreme. As to its founders, who they were, and by what turns of fortune they were induced to lead out the colony, and any other details told concerning its settlement, all this has been related by many, and the greatest part of it in a different manner by some, and I also shall relate the most probable of these stories. They are as follows. When Amulius succeeded to the kingdom of the Albans, after forcibly excluding his elder brother Numitor from the dignity that was his by inheritance, not only did he show great contempt for justice in everything else that he did, but he finally plotted to deprive Numitor's family of issue, both from fear to suffer punishment for his usurpation, and also because of his desire never to be dispossessed of the sovereignty. Having long resolved upon this course, he first observed the neighbourhood where Agestus, Numitor's son, who was just coming to man's estate, was wont to follow the chase, and having placed an ambush in the most hidden part of it, he caused him to be slain when he had come out to hunt, and after the death was committed, he contrived to have it reported that the youth had been killed by robbers. Nevertheless, the rumour thus concocted could not prevail over the truth, which he was trying to keep concealed, but many, though it was unsafe to do so, ventured to tell what had been done. Numitor was aware of the crime, but his judgment being superior to his grief, he affected ignorance, resolving to defer his resentment to a less dangerous time. And Amulius, supposing that the truth about the young man had been kept secret, got a second plan on foot as follows. He appointed Numitor's daughter Ilia, or as some say Rhea, surname Silvia, who was then ripe for marriage, to be a priestess of Vesta, lest if she first entered a husband's house she might bring forth avengers for her family. These holy maidens, who were instructed with the custody of the perpetual fire, and with the carrying out of any other rites that it was customary for virgins to perform in behalf of the Commonwealth, were required to remain undefiled by marriage for a period of not less than 5 years. Amulius was carrying out his plan under specious pretences, as if he were conferring honour and dignity on his brother's family. For he was not the author of this law, which was a general one, nor again was his brother the first person of consideration whom he had obliged to yield obedience to it. But it was both customary and honourable among the Albans for maidens of the highest birth to be appointed to the service of Vesta. But Numitor, perceiving that these measures of his brother proceeded from no good intention, dissembled his resentment, lest he should incur the ill will of the people, and stifled his complaints upon this occasion also. The 4th year after this, Rhea Silvia, upon going to a grove consecrated to Mars to fetch pure water for use in the sacrifices, was ravished by somebody or other in the sacred precinct. Some say that the author of the deed was one of the maiden's suitors, who was carried away by his passion for the girl. Others say that it was Amulius himself, and that, since his purpose was to destroy her quite as much as to satisfy his passion, he had arrayed himself in such armour as would render him most terrible to behold, and that he also kept his features disguised as effectively as possible. But most writers relate a fabulous story to the effect that it was a spectre of the divinity to whom the place was consecrated, and they add that this was attended by many supernatural signs, including a sudden disappearance of the sun, and a darkness that spread over the sky, and that the appearance of the spectre was far more marvellous than that of a man, both in stature and in beauty. And they say that the ravisher, to comfort the maiden, by which it became clear that it was a god, commanded her not to grieve at all at what had happened, since she had been united in marriage to the divinity of the place, and as a result of her violation should bear 2 sons, who would far excel all men in valour and warlike achievements. And having said this, he was wrapped in a cloud, and, being lifted from the earth, was borne upwards through the air. This is not a proper place to consider what opinion we ought to entertain of such tales, whether we should scorn them as instances of human frailty attributed to the gods, since God is incapable of any action that is unworthy of his incorruptible and blessed nature, or whether we should admit even these stories upon the supposition that all the substance of the universe is mixed, and that between the race of gods and that of men some third order of beings exists, which is that of the demons, who, uniting sometimes with human beings and sometimes with the gods, beget, it is said, the fabled race of the heroes. This, I say, is not a proper place for consideration of these things, and, moreover, what the philosophers have said concerning them is sufficient. But, be that as it may, the maid after her violation feigned illness, For this her mother advised out of regard both for her own safety and for the sacred services of the gods, and no longer attended the sacrifices, but her duties were performed by the other virgins who were joined with her in the same ministry. But Amulius, moved either by his own knowledge of what had happened or by a natural suspicion of the truth, began to inquire into her long absence from the sacrifices, in order to discover the real reason. To this end he kept sending in to her some physicians in whom he had the greatest confidence. And then, since the woman alleged that her ailment was one that must be kept secret from men, he left his wife to watch her. She, having a woman's marking of the signs, discovered what was a secret to the others, informed him of it, and he, lest the girl should be delivered in secret, for she was now near her time, caused her to be guarded by armed men, and summoning his brother to the council, he not only announced the deflowering of the girl, of which the rest knew naught, but even accused her parents of being her accomplices, and he ordered Numitor not to hide the guilty man, but to expose him. Numitor said that he was amazed at what he heard, and protesting his innocence of everything that was alleged, desired time to test the truth of it. Having with difficulty obtained this delay, and being informed by his wife of the affair as his daughter had related it in the beginning, he acquainted the council with the rape committed by the god, and also related what the god had said concerning the twins, and asked that his story should be believed only if the fruit of her travail should prove to be such as the god had foretold. For the time of her delivery was near at hand, so that it would not be long, if he were playing the rogue, before the fact would come to light. Moreover, he offered to put at their disposal for examination the women who were watching his daughter, and he was ready to submit to any and every test. As he thus spoke, the majority of the councillors were persuaded, but Amulius declared that his demands were altogether insincere, and was bent on destroying the girl by every means. While this was taking place, those who had been appointed to keep guard over Rhea at the time of her delivery came to announce that she had given birth to male twins, and at once Numitor began to urge at length the same arguments, showing the deed to be the work of the god, and demanding that they take no unlawful action against his daughter, who was innocent of her condition. On the other hand, Amulius thought that even in connection with her delivery there had been some human trickery, and that the women had provided another child, either unknown to the gods or with their contrivance, and he said much more to the same purport. When the councillors found that the king's decision was inspired by implacable anger, they too vowed, as he demanded, that the law should be carried out which provided that a Vestal who suffered herself to be defiled should be scourged with rods and put to death, and her offspring thrown into the current of the river. Today, however, the sacred law ordains that such offenders shall be buried alive. Up to this point, the greater part of the historians give the same account or differ but slightly, some in the direction of what is legendary, others of what is more probable, but they disagree in what follows. Some say that the girl was put to death immediately, others that she remained in a secret prison under guard, which caused the people to believe that she had been put to death secretly. Later authors say that Amulius was moved to do this by his daughter, who begged him to grant her the life of her cousin, for having been brought up together and being of the same age, they loved each other like sisters, Amulius accordingly, to please her, for she was his only daughter, saved Rhea from death, but kept her confined in a secret prison, and she was at length set at liberty after the death of Amulius. Thus do the accounts of the ancient authors vary concerning Rhea, and yet both opinions carry with them the appearance of truth. For this reason I also have mentioned them both, but each of my readers will decide for himself which to believe. But concerning the babies born of Rhea, Quintus Fabius called Picta, whom Lucius, Cincius, Porcius Cato, Calpurnius Piso, and most of the other historians have followed, writes thus: By the order of Amulius, some of his servants took the babies in an ark and carried them to the river, distant about 120 stades from the city, with the intention of throwing them into it. But when they drew near and perceived that the Tiber, swollen by continual rains, had left its natural bed and overflowed the plains, they came down from the top of the Palatine hill to that part of the water that lay nearest, for they could no longer advance any further, and set down the ark upon the flood, where it washed the foot of the hill. The ark floated for some time, and then, as the waters retired by degrees from their extreme limit, it struck against a stone, and overturning, threw out the babies, who lay whimpering and wallowing in the mud. Upon this, a she-wolf that had just whelped appeared, and, her udder being distended with milk, gave them her paps to suck, and with her tongue licked off the mud with which they were besmirched. In the meantime the herdsmen happened to be driving their flocks forth to pasture, for the place was now become passable, and one of them, seeing the wolf thus fondling the babes, was for some time struck dumb with astonishment and disbelief of what he saw. Then going away and getting together as many as he could of his fellows who kept their herds near at hand, for they would not believe what he said, he led them to see the sight himself. When these also drew near and saw the wolf caring for the babies as if they had been her young, and the babies clinging to her as their mother, they thought they were beholding a supernatural sight, and advanced in a body, shouting to terrify the creature. The wolf, however, far from being provoked at the approach of the men, but as if she had been tame, withdrew gently from the babies, and went away, paying little heed to the rabble of shepherds. Now there was not far off a holy place, arched over by a dense wood, and a hollow rock from which springs issued. The wood was said to be consecrated to Pan, and there was an altar there to that god. To this place then the wolf came and hid herself. The grove, to be sure, no longer remains, but the cave from which the spring flows is still pointed out, built up against the side of the Palatine hill, up the road which leads to the circus, and near it is a sacred precinct in which there is a statue commemorating the incident. It represents a she-wolf suckling 2 infants, the figures being in bronze and of ancient workmanship. This spot is said to have been a holy place of the Arcadians, who formerly settled there with Evander. As soon as the beast was gone, the herdsmen took up the babies, and believing that the gods desired their preservation, were eager to bring them up. There was among them the keeper of the royal herd of swine, whose name was Faustulus, an upright man, who had been in town upon some necessary business at the time when the deflowering of Rhea and her delivery were made public, and afterwards, when the babies were being carried to the river, he had by some providential chance taken the same road to the Palatine hill, and gone along with those who were carrying them. This man, without giving the least intimation to the others that he knew anything of the affair, asked that the babies might be delivered to him, and having received them by general consent, he carried them home to his wife, and finding that she had just given birth to a child, and was grieving because it was stillborn, he comforted her and gave her these children to substitute in its place, informing her of every circumstance of their fortune from the beginning, and as they grew older, he gave to one the name Romulus, and to the other that of Remus. When they came to be men, they showed themselves both in dignity of aspect and elevation of mind, not like swineherds, but such as we might expect those to be who are born of royal race, and are looked upon as the offspring of the gods, and as such they are still celebrated by the Romans in the hymns of their country. But their life was that of herdsmen, and they lived by their own labour, generally upon the mountains in huts which they built, roofs and all, out of sticks and reeds. One of these, called the hut of Romulus, remained even to my day on the flanks of the Palatine Hill, which faces towards the circus, and it is preserved wholly by those who have charge of these matters. They add nothing to it to render it more stately, but if any part of it is injured either by storm or by the lapse of time, they repair the damage, and restore the hut as near as possible to its former condition. When Romulus and Remus were about 18 years of age, they had some dispute about the pasture with Numitor's herdsmen, whose herds were quartered on the Avetine Hill, which is over against the Palatine. They frequently accused one another either of grazing the meadowland that did not belong to them, or of monopolising that which belonged to both in common, or of whatever the matter chanced to be. From this wrangling they had recourse sometimes to blows and then to arms. Finally, Numitor's men, having received many wounds at the hands of the youths, and lost some of their number, and being at last driven by force from the place in dispute, devised a stratagem against them. They placed an ambuscade in the hidden part of the ravine, and having concerted the time of the attack with those who lay in wait for the youths, the rest in a body attacked the others' folds by night. No whit happened that Romulus, together with the chief men of the village, had gone at that time to a place called Caninia, to offer sacrifices for the community according to the custom of the country. But Remus, being informed of the foe's attack, hastily armed himself, and with a few of the villagers who had already got together, went out to oppose them, and they, instead of awaiting him, retired, in order to draw him to the place where they intended to face above and attack him to advantage. Remus, being unaware of their stratagem, pursued them for a long distance until he passed the place where the rest lay in ambush. Thereupon these men rose up, and at the same time the others who had been fleeing faced about, and having surrounded Remus and his men, they overwhelmed them with a shower of stones, and took them prisoner, for they had received orders from their masters to bring the youths to them alive. Thus Remus was captured and led away. But Aulus Tubero, a shrewd man and careful in collecting the historical data, writes that Numitor's people, knowing beforehand that the youths were going to celebrate in honour of Pan the Lupercalia, the Arcadian festival as instituted by Evander, set an ambush for the moment in the celebration when the youths living near the Palatine were, after offering sacrifice, to proceed from the Lupercal and run around the village naked, their loins grit with the skins of the victims just sacrificed. This ceremony signified a sort of traditional purification of the villagers, and it is still performed even to this day. On this occasion then the herdsmen lay in wait in the narrow part of the road for the youths who were taking part in the ceremony, and when the first band with Remus came abreast of them, that with Romulus and the rest being behind, for they were divided into 3 bands and ran at a distance from one another. Without waiting for the others, they set up a shout and all rushed upon the first group, and, surrounding them, some threw darts at them, others stones, and others whatever they could lay their hands on, and the youths, startled by the unexpected attack and at a loss as to how to fight, fighting unarmed as they were against armed men, they were easily overpowered. Remus therefore having fallen into the hands of the enemy in this manner, or in the way Fabius relates, was being led away, bound, to Alba. When Romulus heard of his brother's fate, he thought he ought to follow immediately with the stoutest of the herdsmen in the hope of overtaking Remus while he was still on the road, but he was dissuaded by Faustulus, foreseeing that his haste was too frenzied, the man who was looked upon as the father of the youths, and who had hitherto kept everything a secret from them, lest they should venture upon some hazardous enterprise before they were in the prime of their lives, now at last, compelled by necessity, took Romulus aside and told him everything. When the youth heard every circumstance of their fortune from the beginning, he was touched both with compassion for his mother and with solicitude for Numitor, and after taking much counsel with Faustulus, he decided to give up his plan for an immediate attack, but to get ready a larger force, in order to free his whole family from the lawlessness of Amulius, and he resolved to risk the direst peril for the sake of the greatest rewards, but to attack in concert with his grandfather in whatever the other should see fit to do. This plan having been decided upon as the best, Romulus called together all the inhabitants of the village, and after asking them to hasten into Alba immediately, but not all by the same gates, nor in a body, lest suspicions of the citizens should be aroused, and then to stay in the marketplace and be ready to do whatever should be ordered, he himself set out first for the city. In the meantime, those who had carried off Remus brought him before the king and complained of all the outrageous treatment they had received from the youths, producing their wounded, and threatening, if they found no redress, to desert their herds. And Amulius, desiring to please both the countrymen who had come in great numbers, and Numitor, for he happened to be present and share the exasperation of his retainers, and longing to see peace throughout the country, and at the same time suspecting the boldness of the youth, so fearless was he in his answers, gave judgment against him. But he left his punishment to Numitor, saying that the one who had done an injury could be punished by none so justly as by the one who had suffered it. While Numitor's herdsmen were leading Remus away with his hands bound behind him and mocking him, Numitor followed, and not only admired his grace of body, so much was there that was kingly in his bearing, but also observed his nobility of spirit, which he preserved even in distress, not turning to lamentations and entreaties, as do all others under such afflictions, but with a becoming silence, going away to his fate. As soon as they were arrived at his house, he ordered all the rest to withdraw, and Remus, being left alone, he asked him who he was, and of what parents, for he did not believe such a man could be meanly born. Remus answered that he knew this much only from the account he had received from the man who brought him up, that he with his twin brother had been exposed in a wood as soon as they were born, and had then been taken up by the herdsmen and reared by them, upon which Numitor, after a short pause, either because he suspected something of the truth or because heaven was bringing the matter to light, said to him, "I need not inform you, Remus, that you are in my power to be punished in whatever way I may see fit, and that those who brought you here, having suffered many grievous wrongs at your hands, would give much to have you put to death. All this you know. But if I should free you from death and every other punishment, would you show your gratitude and serve me when I desire your assistance in an affair that will conduce to the advantage of us both?" The youth, having in answer said everything with the hope of life, which prompts those who are in despair to say promises to those on whom their fate depends, Numitor ordered him to be unbound, and commanding everybody to leave the place, he acquainted him with his own misfortunes, how Amulius, though his brother had deprived him of his kingdom and bereft him of his children, having secretly slain his son while he was hunting, and keeping his daughter bound in a prison, and in all other respects continued to treat him as a master would treat his slave. Having spoken thus, and accompanied sharp words with many lamentations, he entreated Remus to avenge the wrongs of his house. And when the youth gladly embraced the proposal, and begged him to send him to the task immediately, Numitor commended his eagerness, and said, "I myself will determine the proper time for the enterprise, but do you meanwhile send a message privately to your brother, informing him that you are safe and asking him to come here in all haste." Thereupon a man who seemed likely to serve their purpose was found and sent, and he, meeting Romulus not far from the city, delivered his message. Romulus was greatly rejoiced at this, and went in haste to Numitor. And having embraced them both, he first spoke words of greeting, and then related how he and his brother had been exposed and brought up, and all the other circumstances he had learned from Faustulus. The others, who wished his story might be true, and needed few proofs in order to believe it, heard what he had said with pleasure, and as soon as they knew one another they proceeded to consult together and consider the proper method and occasion for making their attack. While they were thus employed, Faustulus was brought before Amulius, for fearing that the information given by Romulus might not be credited by Numitor in an affair of so great importance, without manifest proofs, he soon afterwards followed him to town, taking the ark with him as evidence of the exposing of the babies. But as he was entering the gates in great confusion, taking all possible pains to conceal what he carried, one of the gods observed him, for there was fear of an incursion of the enemy, and the gates were being guarded by those who were most fully trusted by the king, and laid hold of him. And insisting upon knowing what the concealed object was, he forcibly threw back his garment. As soon as he saw the ark and found the man embarrassed, he demanded to know the cause of his confusion, and what he meant by carrying openly an article that required no secrecy. In the meantime, most of the gods flocked to them, and one of them recognized the ark, having himself carried the children in it to the river, and he so informed those who were present. Upon this they seized Faustulus, and carrying him to the king himself, acquainted him with all that had passed. Amulius, having terrified the man by the threat of torture if he did not willingly tell the truth, first asked him if the children were alive, and learning that they were, he desired to know in what manner they had been preserved. And when the other had given him a full account of everything as it had happened, the king said, "Well then, since you have spoken the truth about these matters, say where they may now be found, for it is not right that they who are my relations should live any longer ingloriously among herdsmen, particularly since it is due to the providence of the gods that they have been preserved." But Faustulus, suspecting from the king's unaccountable mildness that his intentions were not in harmony with his professions, answered him in this manner: The youths are upon the mountains tending their herds, which is their way of life, and I was sent by them to their mother, to give her an account of their fortunes. But hearing that she was in your custody, I was intending to ask your daughter to have me brought to her, and I was bringing the ark with me, that I might support my words with manifest proof. Now therefore, since you have decided to have the youths brought here, not only am I glad, but I ask you to send such persons with me as you wish. I will point out to them the youths, and they shall acquaint them with your commands. This he said in the desire to discover some means of delaying the death of the youths, and at the same time in the hope of making his own escape from the hands of those who were conducting him, as soon as he should arrive upon the mountains. And Amulius speedily sent the most trustworthy of his guards with secret orders to seize and bring before him the persons whom the swineherd should point out to them. Having done this, he at once determined to summon his brother and keep him under mild guard until he had ordered the present business to his satisfaction, and he sent for him as if for some other purpose. But the messengers who were sent, yielding both to his goodwill towards the man in danger and to the compassion for his fate, informed Numitor of the designs of Amulius, and Numitor, having revealed to the youths the danger that threatened them, and exhorted them to show themselves brave men, came to the place with a considerable band of his retainers and friends and loyal servants. These were joined by the countrymen who had entered the city earlier and now came from the marketplace with swords concealed under their clothes, a sturdy company, and having by a concerted attack forced the entrance, which was defended by only a few heavily armed troops, they easily slew Amulius, and afterwards made themselves masters of the citadel. Such is the account given by Fabius. But others, who hold that nothing bordering on the fabulous has any place in historical writing, declare that the exposing of the babies by the servants in a manner not in accordance with their instructions is improbable, and they ridicule the tameness of the she-wolf that suckled the children as a story full of melodramatic absurdity. In place of this they give the following account of the matter. Numitor, upon learning that Rhea was with child, procured other newborn infants, and when she had given birth to her babies, he substituted the former in place of the latter. Then he gave the supposititious children to those who were guarding her at the time of her delivery to be carried away, having either secured the loyalty of the guards by money, or contrived this exchange by the help of women. And when Amulius had received them, he made away with them by some means or other. As for the babies that were born of Rhea, their grandfather, who was above all things solicitous for their preservation, handed them over to Faustulus. This Faustulus, they say, was of Arcadian extraction, being descended from those Arcadians who came over with Evander. He lived near the Palatine Hill and had the care of Amulius' possessions, and he was prevailed on by his brother named Faustinus, who had the oversight of Numitor's herds that fed near the Avetine Hill, to do Numitor the favour of bringing up the children. They say moreover that the one who nursed and suckled them was not a she-wolf, but, as may well be supposed, a woman, the wife of Faustulus, named Laurentia, who, having formerly prostituted her beauty, had received from the people living around the Palatine Hill the nickname of Lupa. This is an ancient Greek term applied to women who prostitute themselves for gain, but they are now called by a more respectable name, companions. The story continues that after the children were weaned, they were sent by those who were rearing them to Gabii, a town not far from the Palatine Hill, to be instructed in Greek learning, and there they were brought up by some personal friends of Faustulus, being taught letters, music, and the use of Greek arms until they grew to manhood. After their return to their supposed parents, the quarrel arose between them and Numitor's herdsmen concerning their common pastures. Thereupon they beat Numitor's men so that those drove away their cattle, doing this by Numitor's direction, to the intent that it might serve as a basis for his complaints and at the same time as an excuse for the crowd of herdsmen to come into the town. When this had been brought about, Numitor raised a clamour against Amulius, declaring that he was treated outrageously, being plundered by the herdsmen of Amulius, and demanding that Amulius, if he was not responsible for any of this, should deliver to him the herdsman and his sons for trial. And Amulius, wishing to clear himself of the charge, ordered not only those who were complained of, but all the rest who were accused of having been present at the conflict, to come and stand trial before Numitor. Then, when great numbers came to town together with the accused, ostensibly to attend the trial, the grandfather of the youths acquainted them with all the circumstances of their fortune, and telling them that now, if ever, was the time to avenge themselves, he straightway made his attack upon Amulius with the crowd of herdsmen. These, then, are the accounts that are given of the birth and rearing of the founders of Rome. I am now going to relate the events that happened at the very time of its founding, for this part of my account still remains. When Numitor, upon the death of Amulius, had resumed his rule and had spent a little time in restoring the city from its late disorder to its former orderly state, he presently thought of providing an independent rule for the youths by founding another city. At the same time, the inhabitants being much increased in number, he thought it good policy to get rid of some part of them, particularly of those who had once been his enemies, lest he might have cause to suspect any of his subjects. And having communicated this plan to the youths and gained their approval, he gave them as a district to rule the region which they had been brought up in their infancy, and for subjects, not only that part of the people which he suspected of a design to begin rebellion anew, but also any who were willing to migrate voluntarily. Among these, as is likely to happen when a city sends out a colony, there were great numbers of the common people, but there were also a sufficient number of the prominent men of the best class, and of the Trojan element all those who were esteemed the noblest in birth, some of whose posterity remained even to my day, consisting of about 50 families. The youths were supplied with money, arms, and corn, with slaves and beasts of burden, and everything else that was of use in building a city. After they had led their people out of Alba and intermingled with them the local population that still remained in Palatium and Saturnia, they divided the whole multitude into 2 parts. They did this in the hope of arousing a spirit of emulation, so that, through their rivalry with each other, their tasks might be the sooner finished. However, it produced the greatest of evils, discord. For each group, exalting its own leader, extolled him as the proper person to command them all, and the youths themselves, being now no longer one in mind, and no longer feeling it necessary to entertain brotherly sentiments towards each other, since each expected to command the other, scorned equality and craved superiority. For some time their ambitions were concealed, but later they burst forth on the occasion which I shall now describe. They did not both favour the same site for the building of the city, For Romulus proposed to settle the Palatine Hill, among other reasons, because of the good fortune of the place where they had been preserved and brought up, whereas Remus favoured the place that is now named after him, Romoria, and indeed, this place is very suitable for a city, being a hill not far from the Tiber and about 30 stades from Rome. From this rivalry their unsociable love of rule immediately began to disclose itself, for on the one who now yielded, the victor would inevitably impose his will on all occasions alike. Meanwhile, some time having elapsed and their discord in no degree abating, the two agreed to refer the matter to their grandfather, and for that purpose went to Alba. He advised them to leave it to the decision of the gods which of them should give his name to the colony and be its leader, and having appointed for them a day, he ordered them to place themselves early in the morning at a distance from one another, in such stations as each of them should think proper, and after first offering to the gods the customary sacrifices, to watch for auspicious birds, and he ordered that he to whom the most favourable birds first appeared should rule the colony. The youths, approving of this, went away, and according to their agreement appeared on the day appointed for the test. Romulus chose for his station the Palatine Hill, where he proposed to settle the colony, and Remus the Avetine Hill adjoining it, or according to others, Romoria, and a guard attended them both to prevent their reporting things otherwise as they had appeared. When they had taken their respective stations, Romulus, after a short pause from eagerness and jealousy of his brother, though possibly heaven was thus directing him, even before he saw any omen at all, sent messengers to his brother, desiring him to come immediately, as if he had been the first to see some auspicious birds. But while the persons he sent were proceeding with no great haste, feeling ashamed of the fraud, 6 vultures appeared to Remus, flying from the right, and he, seeing the birds, rejoiced greatly. And not long afterwards, the men sent by Romulus took him thence and brought him to the Palatine Hill. When they were together, Remus asked Romulus what birds he had been the first to see, and Romulus knew not what to answer. But thereupon 12 auspicious vultures were seen flying, and upon seeing these he took courage, pointing them out to Remus, and said, "Why do you demand to know what happened a long time ago, for surely you see these birds yourself?" But Remus was indignant, and complained bitterly because he had been deceived by him, and he refused to yield to him his right to the colony. Thereupon greater strife arose between them than before, as each, while secretly striving for the advantage, was ostensibly willing to accept equality for the following reason. Their grandfather, as I have stated, had ordered that he to whom the more favourable birds first appeared should rule the colony, but as the same kind of bird had been seen by both, one had the advantage of seeing them first, and the other that of seeing the greater number. The rest of the people also espoused their quarrel, and, arming themselves without orders from their leaders, began war, and a sharp battle ensued, in which many were slain on both sides. In the course of this battle, some say, Faustulus, who had brought up the youths, wishing to put an end to the strife of the brothers, and being unable to do so, threw himself unarmed into the midst of the combatants, seeking the speediest death, which fell out accordingly. Some also say that the stone lion which stood at the principal part of the forum near the rostra was placed over the body of Faustulus, who was buried by those who found him in the place where he fell. Remus having been slain in this action, Romulus, who had gained a most melancholy victory through the death of his brother and the mutual slaughter of citizens, buried Remus at Romora, since, when alive, he had clung to it as the site for the new city. As for himself, in his grief and repentance for what had happened, he became dejected, and lost all desire for life, But when Laurentia, who had received the babes when newly born and brought them up, and loved them no less than a mother, entreated and comforted him, he listened to her, and rose up, and gathering together the Latins who had not been slain in the battle, they were now little more than 3,000 out of a very great multitude at first, when he led out the colony, he built a city on the Palatine Hill. The account I have given seems to me to be the most probable of all the stories about the death of Remus. However, if any has been handed down that differs from this, let that also be related. Some indeed say that Remus yielded the leadership to Romulus, though not without resentment and anger at the fraud, but that after the wall was built, wishing to demonstrate the weakness of the fortification, he cried, "Well, as for this wall, one of your enemies could easily cross, as I can do," and immediately leapt over it. Thereupon Sella, one of the men standing on the wall, who was the overseer of the work, said, "Well, as for this enemy, one of us could easily punish him," and striking him on the head with a mattock, he killed him then and there. Such is said to have been the outcome of the quarrel between the brothers. When no obstacles now remained to the building of the city, Romulus appointed a day on which he planned to begin the work, after first propitiating the gods. And having prepared everything that would be required for the sacrifices and for the entertainment of the people, when the appointed time came, he himself first offered sacrifices to the gods, and ordered all the rest to do the same according to their abilities. He then in the first place took the omens which were favourable. After that, having commanded fires to be lighted before the tents, he caused the people to come out and leap over the flames in order to expiate their guilt. When he thought that everything had been done which he conceived to be acceptable to the gods, he called all the people to the appointed place, and described a quadrangular figure about the hill, tracing with a plough drawn by a bull and a cow yoked together a continuous furrow designed to receive the foundations of the wall. And from that time this custom was continued among the Romans of ploughing a furrow around the site where they planned to build a city. After he had done this and sacrificed the bull and the cow, and also performed the initial rites over many other victims, he set the people to work. This day the Romans celebrate every year, even down to my time, as one of their greatest festivals, and call it the Paralia. On this day, which comes at the beginning of spring, the husbandmen and herdsmen offer up a sacrifice of thanksgiving for the increase of their cattle. But whether they had celebrated this day in even earlier times as a day of rejoicing, and for that reason looked upon it as the most suitable for the founding of the city, or whether because it marked the beginning of the building of the city, they consecrated it and thought they should honour on it the gods who are propitious to shepherds, I cannot say for certain. Such then are the facts concerning the origin of the Romans, which I have been able to discover by reading very diligently many works written by both Greek and Roman authors. Hence from now on let the reader forever renounce the views of those who make Rome a retreat of barbarians, fugitives, and vagabonds, and let him confidently affirm it to be a Greek city, which will be easy when he shows that it is at once the most hospitable and friendly of all cities, and when he bears in mind that the aborigines were Onotrians, and these in turn Arcadians, and remembers those who joined with them in their settlement, the Pelasgians, who were Argives by descent and came into Italy from Thessaly, and recalls moreover the arrival of Evander, and the Arcadians, who settled around the Palatine Hill after the Aborigines had granted the place to them, and also the Peloponnesians, who, coming along with Hercules, settled upon the Saturnanian hill, and last of all, those who left the Troad and were intermixed with the earlier settlers. For one will find no nation that is more ancient or more Greek than these, but the admixtures of the barbarians with the Romans, by which the city forgot many of its ancient institutions, happened at a later time. And it may well seem a cause of wonder to many who reflect on the natural course of events that Rome did not become entirely barbarized after receiving the Opicians, the Marcians, the Samnites, the Tyrians, the Brutians, and many thousands of Umbrians, Ligurians, Iberians, and Gauls, beside innumerable other nations, some of whom came from Italy itself, and some from other regions, and differed from one another both in their language and habits. For their very ways of life, diverse as they were, and thrown into turmoil by such dissonance, might have been expected to cause many innovations in the ancient order of the city, for many others, by living among barbarians, have in a short time forgotten all their Greek heritage, so that they neither speak Greek as a language, nor observe the customs of the Greeks, nor acknowledge the same gods, nor have the same equitable laws, by which most of all the spirit of the Greeks differs from that of the barbarians, nor agree with them in anything else whatever they relate to the ordinary intercourse of life. Those Achaeans who are settled near the Euxine Sea are a sufficient proof of my contention, for though originally aliens, of a nation the most Greek of any, they are now the most savage of all barbarians. The language spoken by the Romans is neither utterly barbarous nor absolutely Greek, but a mixture, as it were, of both, the greater part of which is Aeolic, and the only disadvantage they have experienced from their intermingling with these various nations is that they do not pronounce all their sounds properly. But all other indications of a Greek origin they preserve beyond all other colonists. For it is not merely recently, since they have enjoyed the full tide of good fortune to instruct them in the amenities of life, that they have begun to live humanely. Nor is it merely since they first aimed at the conquest of countries lying beyond the seas after overthrowing the Carthaginian and Macedonian empires, but rather from the time when they first joined in founding the city, that they have lived like Greeks, and they do not attempt anything more illustrious in the pursuit of virtue now than formerly. I have innumerable things to say upon this subject, and can adduce many arguments and present the testimony of credible authors. But I reserve all this for the account I propose to write of their government. I shall now resume the thread of my narrative, after prefacing to the following book a recapitulation of what is contained in this.